мало от кого это услышите, но все же, режим мне понравился. Я рад, что в игре вновь появился стимул развивать силу своего аккаунта. Бездна — это, конечно, челлендж, но не на годы вперед. А у этой штуки относительно вечный потенциал для роста. Ну и я соболезную тем, кто считает, что если я не смог пройти режим, значит режим плохой. На самом деле все ровно наоборот. Пока ты не можешь пройти, у тебя есть мотивация, лишь бы это не сводилось к прямому донату. В целом, 4-ю и 5-ю сложность можно покорить без бешеных вливаний, но длительным фармом артов, знанием билдов и ротаций, умением клацать кнопочки. Дистанция этого развития само собой нужна. Режим не для новичков и не для каждого, и это нормально. Они в кои-то веки сделали что-то для тех, кто любит в этой игре драться и качаться, а не только собирать сахарки. Так что если вы своим нытьем на хайлабе его испортите, я лично найду каждого и отшлепаю, так и знайте. Лучше вот те моменты подсветите, насчет слишком узконаправленных боссов и отсутствия энергии, авось что-то и поменяют. Но вот 6-й этаж я осуждаю максимально, это уже неправильно. Там никакой скилл не поможет пройти без суровых китовых вложений. Поэтому я предпочитаю его просто игнорировать, как будто бы его не существует. Но и в награду там лишь косметика, да еще и временная. Лично мне плевать, переживу. Ну и сами скины, кстати, отдельная тема. Забавно, но уровень силы, который нужен для их получения, вообще-то подразумевает наличие созвездий и, внимание, сигнатурных пушек. По сути, скины дают тем, кому они меньше всего нужны, что немного абсурд. В идеале убрать нахер эту 6-ю сложность и закинуть эпическую косметику в 4-ю и легендарную в 5-ю. Я бы сделал так, но не я делаю эту игру. На этом все. Надеюсь, было полезно или хотя бы интересно. Пиши, что думаешь о режиме, как проходил комнаты и далеко ли смог добраться. Напоминаю о возможности подписаться на канал, поставить лайк и отправить видео друзьям. В Телеграме проходят розыгрыши, на Твиче можно забрать Луну бесплатно за баллы канала, а на Бусти ролики выходят на 1 день раньше. Я желаю тебе больших чисел, еще услышимся.
На Первом канале появилась новая программа «Будем жить». Она посвящена проблемам тех, кто вернулся с войны в Украине. Передача о том, как бывшим военным тяжело найти хорошую работу и влиться в мирную жизнь. Казалось бы, на государственном телевидении вдруг решили поднять по-настоящему важную тему – обсудить реальные последствия войны для российского общества. Отчасти так и есть, но только отчасти. «Будем жить» — это еще и опасная пропагандистская программа. Сегодня мы разберемся, что с ней не так. На данный момент на Первом канале вышло 2 выпуска программы «Будем жить». Героем одной из них стал 27-летний Тимур Громов из Воронежа. Он представлен как человек, который до войны руководил бизнесом, но после фронта не смог найти себя.
Подскажите, в чем ваша проблема?
До СВО у меня была интересная, перспективная работа, но после возвращения с СВО стало сложно найти себя, найти профессию и, в принципе, найти работу.
Прежде чем оказаться в телеэфире, Громов стал героем небольшого репортажа, опубликованного в соцсетях правительства Воронежской области. До начала СВО Тимур Громов работал на руководящей должности в одной из московских фирм. Контракт с Минобороны он подписал в июне 22-го, сражался в штурмовой горно-разведывательной бригаде, получил ранение, из-за которого был вынужден покинуть армию и вернуться в Воронеж. Зрители моего канала и читатели как антивоенных, так и провоенных телеграм-каналов наверняка заметят тут подвох. Здесь не может не покоробить эта вот формулировка «был вынужден покинуть армию из-за ранения». Вообще-то прямо сейчас тысячи российских военных мечтают, чтобы их в связи с тяжелыми ранениями и увечьями уволили уже наконец со службы. Или хотя бы перевели в тыл, не заставляли воевать на передовой, на костылях. История Громова в этом смысле совершенно нетипичная. Он – заметный региональный функционер «Единой России» в Ростовской и Воронежской областях. Перед войной он не только работал в московской фирме, но и руководил отделением партии в Дубовском районе Ростовской области. Также он был помощником депутата Ростовского заксобрания. Невозможно не заподозрить, что адекватная медицинская помощь, реабилитация после ранения и, главное, возвращение домой, а не обратно на фронт, а также приглашение в эфир Первого канала – все это как-то связано с активной деятельностью Громова в структурах «Единой России». И есть подозрение, что телеканал манипулирует, когда презентует этого человека как обычного военного, умалчивая о его работе в партии власти. Создается иллюзия, будто любой солдат после тяжелого ранения может полностью восстановиться и просто закончить службу. Однако в реальной жизни российских военнослужащих, возвратившихся с фронта домой живыми и не инвалидами, ничтожно мало. В последнее время пропагандисты и вербовщики стали особенно активно врать гражданам. Будто бы с Минобороны можно подписать краткосрочный контракт и потом уйти на гражданку миллионером. Или по ранению, как Громов, или просто по истечению срока. Но в действительности срок, указанный в подписанном документе, не имеет значения. Все контракты бессрочные, продлеваются автоматически, разорвать их нельзя. И нет такого числа ранений, после которого от человека отстанут. Пока солдат держится на ногах, он обязан воевать, отрабатывать полученную выплату до последнего вздоха. Хоть глухой, хоть одноглазый. Если не единорос, конечно. Хоть с осколками по всему телу, хоть на костылях. Граждан, мобилизованных по указу Путина от 21 сентября 2022 года, тоже до сих пор с фронта никто не отпускал. Хотя боты в соцсетях внушают пользователям ощущение, что мобилизованных давно уже отпустили. Для восполнения потерь и продолжения войны армии нужно много новых солдат. Поэтому всеми способами у потенциальных новобранцев создают впечатление, будто участие в войне – это какая-то конечная история. Но это не так. Когда в студии Первого канала появляются отлично выглядящие и хорошо говорящие молодые мужчины, уволившиеся с военной службы, это часть пропаганды. Да, эти люди действительно могут говорить о своих проблемах, возникших по возвращению с войны. Но в отличие от единоросса Громова, для 99% контрактников и мобилизованных никакой приемлемой дороги назад в принципе не предусмотрено, только в гробу или с тяжелой инвалидностью. Тем не менее, посмотрим часть эфира, где рассказывается о жизненных проблемах Громова в мирной жизни. Сейчас будет целый минутный фрагмент.
Сейчас работаю доставщиком. Работа, конечно, не из легких. Работа тяжелая. Ноги, спина к концу смены просто говорят спасибо. До этого просто пробовал в Воронеже разные компании, заводы, да, где я пытался трудоустроиться. Но так по секрету через одну девочку в кадрах узнал, что мне отказывают, как оказалось, только потому, что я ветеран СВО. Я не знаю, почему для всех это такой ступор, барьер. Возможно, кто-то думает там, да, из руководства, что все ветераны СВО это вспыльчивые, нервные, какие-то злые, там, да, то есть нестабильные сотрудники. Поэтому отказывают, просто не глядя. Видят резюме и отказывают. Я поэтому по совету девочки я убрал из своего резюме, что я ветеран СВО, для того, чтобы быстрее искать работу. И вот сейчас я как раз нашел себе работу доставщиком, быстро смог уже принимать заказы, отвозить их и зарабатывать деньги. Самое главное из этих преимуществ – мой свободный график, с которым я могу спокойно совмещать свою общественную деятельность и могу также спокойно кормить свою семью.
Здесь, мне кажется, прозвучала правда. Пропагандистская передача ведь должна содержать в себе не только одну ложь. Иначе она не достигнет своих целей. Мы уже давно говорили, вернувшиеся с войны станут в России жертвами социальной депривации. Возникнут негласные правила. Участников так называемой СВО на работу не брать, квартиры им не сдавать. Поэтому в рассказ Громова, вынужденного скрыть военное прошлое, чтобы устроиться курьером, легко поверить. Хотя стоит заметить, что в России у доставщиков далеко не самые низкие заработки, а свободный график позволяет Громову регулярно совершать поездки, выступать перед людьми в качестве ветерана, проводить уроки мужества в школах и вузах. О чем он много пишет на своей странице в ВК. Вот еще один из постов. Студенты Воронежского художественного училища пишут с Громова портреты. Здесь прорвемся на анонс встреч моих зрителей. Посмотрите, пожалуйста, и продолжим. Надеюсь, вы придете на встречу.
In the past few weeks, the progress of reinforcement learning in LLMs has been taking a major hit. The general consensus kind of went from RL will help LLM discover new reasoning paths to RL might not be able to discover anything new at all. What's even worse is that most of the research conclusions that we got so far with RL might not be generalizable. So today, we will take a look at what
Lately, I can't shake the feeling that things are getting faker. In my lifetime, the simulation upgraded.
So, Genshin just released a new permanent game mode, Stygian Onslaught, and the title is no exaggeration. At least for me and my account, it felt literally impossible. You see, to get the final reward, you must clear all 3 bosses in under 3 minutes, on the secret max difficulty, Dire. Just clearing Dire difficulty at all is an insane challenge, as you might notice from the timestamps on this video, so yeah, it was quite a journey. But before we hop into that, a quick word from LD Shop, who I've partnered with to tell you about their amazing deals. If you want to buy Genesis or other items safely, convenient, and cheaper, LD Shop is where it's at. Rated 4.9 stars on Trustpilot, using a fitting the floor 6 weapon skins. We're gonna be trying. My friend has C6R5 and struggled. That's crazy. We might be here for a while, chat, but we're gonna clear this thing. Okay, so I think we just go as high as we can to start. Select challenge difficulty, hard. So we can choose the artifacts we want to get from doing this. I think we will stick with this one, honestly. I still need some better pieces for Skirk, and I would always like more better pieces for Verissa. I guess we just go straight to Battlefield 3, honestly.
Okay, so Skirk and Verissa. Where be?
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
All I could think about is Diluc. Rebooting.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfen.
All I could think about is Diluc.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below. Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I could think about is Dealu.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Error.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below. Error.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your
There's
voice.
a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Rebooting. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfenbüttel.
Give me a better price. Rebooting. Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight. Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange
When
wanderer
you're high
near
up,
Wolfenbüttel.
everyone can hear your voice.
Come take a look. It'll definitely be something that catches your eye.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. When you're high up, everyone can hear your
Something
voice.
that catches your eye.
Can't you give me a better price? Gosh, all I can think about is dealer.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Rebooting.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens,
When you're
God
high
should
up,
broaden their
everyone can hear
horizons
your
in the world
voice.
below.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. Gosh, all I can think about is dealer. When you're high up, everyone can hear your
Definitely
voice.
be something that catches your eye.
We grew up together after all. Error. Gosh, all I can think about is dealer. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfenbüttel. We grew up together after all.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Come
Rebooting. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard? Gosh, there's a strange all I can think about is
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Rebooting.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Error.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
All I can think about is dealing. Where's their flowers?
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
We grew up together after all. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Gosh, all I can think about is dealing.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Error.
All I can think about is dealing. Where's their flowers?
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Can't you give me a better price? When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. everyone can hear your voice.
Gosh, all I could think about is Diluc.
Dandelions? Of course they're flowers. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Rebooting.
Gosh, all I could think about is Diluc.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I could think about is Diluc.
Haven't you heard?
Error.
There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Ooh, pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Gosh, all I can think about is
Come take a
Diluc.
look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same.
Wanderer near Wolfendom.
Except we call that light hope.
Error.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc. Error. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom. Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight. Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye. Gosh, all I could think about is Diluc. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom. Error. Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom. Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye. Rebooting. Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom. Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye. Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc. Come take
Rebooting.
Gosh, all I could think about is D-Luke.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Gosh, all I could think about is D-Luke.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Better see Barbara in the cathedral if you're injured.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Error. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
That's what I'll make tonight.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Dandelions? Of course they're flowers.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. Error. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Grew up together after all. Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Can't you give me a better price?
Error.
Dandelions? Of course they're flowers.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Grew up together after all.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight. Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc. Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Gosh, all I can think about is
Error.
Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured. Give me a better price.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Rebooting.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
All I can think about is
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near
When you're high up, everyone
Rebooting.
can hear your voice.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Grew up together after all.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Gosh, all I can think about is D-Luke.
But we grew up together after all.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you
Rebooting.
heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Gosh, all I can think about is D-Luke.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Dandelions, you give me a nice their flowers.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. Error.
Oh, pie. That's what I'll make
Come take a
tonight.
look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Dandelions? Of course they're flowers.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Oh, pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
When you're high up, everyone can...
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
Think about is D-Luke.
Rebooting.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I can think about is D-Luke.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I can think about is D-Luke.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Come take a look.
Rebooting.
It'll definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Error.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same.
Rebooting.
Except we call that light hope.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Error.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Rebooting.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I can think about is D-Luke.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Come take a look. There will
Gosh,
definitely be
all
something
I
that
can
catches
think
your
about
eye.
is D-Luke.
Error.
Ну, дальше, да.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I can think about is D-Luke.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope. Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. Error. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Error.
Of course they're flowers. Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. Error.
There will definitely be something that catches your eye. We grew up together after all.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Dandelions? Of course they're flowers. Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight. We grew up together after all. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
We grew up together after all. Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer in your wolven. Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured.
Error.
Moon pie.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer in your wolven.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
That's what I'll make tonight. Dandelions? Of course they're flowers.
Rebooting.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
That's what I'll make tonight. Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer in your wolven. We grew up together. Dandelions? Of course they're flowers.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Gosh,
everyone can hear your voice.
Dandelions? Of course they're flowers. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Can't you give me a better price? Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Dandelions? Of course they're flowers.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same.
Take a look.
Except we call that light hope.
Error. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Dandelions? Of course they're flowers. We grew up together after all. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Dandelions? Of course they're flowers.
Gosh, all I could think about is Diluc. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Dandelions? Of course they're flowers.
Moon pie.
Error.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured. Moon pie. That's what I'll make.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world
When you're
below.
high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
All I can think about is Diluc. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Dandelions? Of course they're flowers. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Rebooting.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Moon pie.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Rebooting.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
Error.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Rebooting.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Error.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Gosh, all I can think about is D-Luke.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
That's what I'll make tonight.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I can think about is D-Luke.
Rebooting.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Gosh, all I can think about is D-Luke.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Error.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I could think about is Diluc. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Rebooting.
Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
That's what I'll make tonight. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured.
Rebooting.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Give me a better price.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard?
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Rebooting.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard?
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I can think about is D-Luke. Can't you give me a better price?
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I can think about is
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Rebooting.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight. Dandelions? Of course they're flowers. Can't you give me a better price?
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Gosh, all I can think about is D-Luke. Better see Barbara at the cathedral.
Haven't you heard?
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Rebooting.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
That's what I'll make tonight. We grew up together after all. Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Gosh, all I can think about is D-Luke. Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured. Can't you give me a better price?
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Error.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured. We're up together after all.
That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer in your wolfendom.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer in your
All I
wolfendom.
can think about is Diluc.
Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Rebooting.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer in your wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer in your wolfendom.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Error.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh,
Error.
think about is Diluc.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches
Rebooting.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Rebooting.
Gosh, all I could think about is Diluc.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Error.
That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Gosh, all I could think about is Diluc.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I could think about is Diluc.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Gosh, all I could think about is Diluc.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Error.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I could think about is Diluc.
There's a strange wanderer near Wolfenham.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Rebooting.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Come take a look.
Error.
There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
Hear your voice.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world
When
below.
you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens,
When you're
God
high
should
up,
broaden their
everyone can hear
horizons
your
in the world
voice.
below.
Error.
There's a strange wanderer near Wolfenbrook.
That's what I'll make tonight. Dandelions? Of course they're flowers. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. Can't you give me a better price?
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Rebooting. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Exploration and trials.
When you're high up,
Adventuring is right up my alley.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
when you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. That's what I'll make tonight. Error. Can't you give me a better price? Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. Dandelions? Of course they're flowers. We're both together after all.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Rebooting. Can't you give me a better price? Better see Barbara. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. everyone can hear your voice. Dandelions? Of course they're flowers.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
All I could think about is Diluc. Can't you give me a better price? When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
When you're high up, everyone
Instead
can
of
hear your
confining
voice.
themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world
Error.
below.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Error. Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. Gosh, all I could think about is Diluc. Can't you give me a better price?
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured. That's what I'll make tonight after all.
Haven't you heard? There's a
When
strange
you're high up,
wanderer.
everyone can hear your voice.
Dandelions? Of course they're flowers.
Rebooting.
We grew up together after all.
That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard?
When
There's a
you're high
strange
up,
wanderer
everyone
near
can hear your voice.
Dandelions? Of course they're flowers.
But we grew up together after all.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your
There's a
voice.
strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Dandelions? Of course they're flowers.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your
Haven't
voice.
you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Dandelions? Of course they're flowers.
That's what I'll make tonight. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard?
Barbara at the
There's a
cathedral if you're
strange
injured. Rebooting.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Error.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Exploration and trials.
I'll make tonight.
Adventuring is right up my alley.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Error.
Gosh, all I could think about is Diluc.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Error.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh,
something that catches your eye. Gosh, all I can think about is D-Luke. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye. Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom. Error. Gosh, all I can think about is D-Luke. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
Gosh, all I can think about is D-Luke. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom. Gosh, all I can think about is D-Luke. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye. Rebooting. Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom. Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye. Gosh, all I can think about is D-Luke. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom. Rebooting. Gosh, all I can think about is D-Luke.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. Error. Everyone can hear your voice. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured. We grew up together after all.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
That's what'll make tonight.
Error.
Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. Error. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Gosh, all I could think about is Diluc. Dandelions? Of course they're flowers. Give me a better price.
When you're
Error.
high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Gosh, all I could think about is Diluc.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
That's
you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured. But we grew up together after all.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer in your movie.
That's what I'll make tonight.
Error.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured.
Error.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
I took a shower. I honestly thought to myself that, hey, isn't like one hit
The power of language comes from rules and restraints, not from arbitrary imagination. Only by imposing constraints upon yourself can you make progress in the incantation arts.
3 months ago, I dropped a nuclear bomb on the Arknights Enfield community titled The Death Knell of Gacha Games, in which I decried their homogenization in the name of appealing to the masses, complete with deranged yelling at said masses.
Don't f***ing lie to me!
While everyone understands the need for gacha games to make money, the vast majority of people agree the combat is far too disconnected from the base, that Genshin-like homogeneity would be a disaster, and that hypergriff need to be true to their roots. However, the universal divide was the call to remove the dodge. Some agreed with removing it, some said just make it more strategic, some said remove the iframes, some said tie it to a factory item, and this guy decided I'm gay. But after being posted to Bilibili, it then spread further into other forums and became so divisive that some of those forums started arguing about the dodge button, whether the game should lean more to strategy or action, to the point where one content creator even made a response video because those arguments were getting out of hand. So, having briefly divided the community into warring factions, I will now attempt to do it again. I will now explain why the dodge button is a mistake beyond simply pointing a finger at those who want to keep it. In order to do that, we first need to look at how a few of the criticisms of combat in the technical test were addressed in the beta. Not all of them, just the relevant ones. This will be brief.
It'll be
The most common complaint was the slow pace and long downtime, which was addressed by what is essentially a total rework of the combat loop. Two of the most noticeable changes are the bullet time targeting being removed in favor of a lock-on system, and healing items being used automatically with per operator cooldowns instead of having to bring up a sub-menu to choose who to heal. Previously, it was only limited by one operator at a time getting the heal with one cooldown for the squad, but now that it's automatic per operator, there's a limited number of charges on it while in battle. Perhaps the most important change, though, is the way skills work. That is, instead of each skill having an individual cooldown with
Arlecchino, Primordial Jadewing Spear. I don't want boost weapon comparison. I want a way to maximize her damage. Not a showcase.
So you do a 10 pull on the current weapons banner and you get 5-star Primordial Jade Winged Spear, henceforth known as the Jade Spear. I'm not going to call it that for this entire video. I will very quickly have to do multiple takes, and I don't want to do that. So this is going to be the first 5-star weapon in this, I guess you could call it a series of weapons that we're going to talk about. So in this video, we're going to look at its stats, its passive, what it does, show some examples, and then also talk about characters that it can be good for. So it does get up crit rate as its stat, which a lot of polearm users are going to appreciate. Its passive is on hit, increases attack by 3.2% for 6 seconds with a max of 7 stacks. This effect can only occur once every 0.3 seconds, while in possession of the maximum possible stacks, damage dealt is increased by 12%. What all of this means, you need it on a character that is going to be on field, hitting enemies with the polearm. Once you get the max of 7 stacks every 0.3 seconds, right? Then it is going to be giving you a 22.6, I think it's 22.6 attack increase, which a lot of characters can enjoy and can use. And then once you have that, the damage dealt across the board between your normal attack, skill, burst is going to be increased by 12%. Now, I am not using my account. I do not have Jade Spear. I am using one of my mod Zach's account. So we are going to put this back on Rosaria, which is who he uses it with because he partners Ayaka and Rosaria together. So we're going to be using Rosaria on field to show how this weapon works, to show its passive. So as you can see right here, we do have it equipped to Rosaria. So right now, Rosaria has no buffs. She's just standing in the overworld, killing people like Barbara has heard her do. And as you can see right here, her attack is 1,427. When we go fight these hilly curls, we are going to see the passive of Primordial Jade Winged Spear kick into effect. Now, Rosaria is one of the fastest polearm normal attackers in the game, which is another reason why I'm using her for this video. So as you can see, we're attacking these hilly curls, and you are going to see the yellow arrows around Rosaria pointing up. That means that we have the full passive of this weapon. Now her attack is at 1,616. So with those arrows, we have the full passive, meaning we are also getting the second part of the passive, getting the 12% damage increase across the board. Now, with a character like Rosaria, if you were to be using Rosaria on field, it is not going to be difficult to keep up this passive. One, she attacks very, very fast, but any character that you have on field doing damage like this, hitting enemies with the polearm, using their skill and burst normal attacks, is going to be able to keep up this passive very, very well. And we're going to talk about what characters can put this weapon to good use. So we do have Hu Tao. Now, Hu Tao is another character that is going to be on field doing damage with her skill and her burst and her normal attacks whenever her skill runs out, but she can take good use of this weapon. Now, he does have Staff of Homa on her, which is her signature, so another character that can make really, really good use out of this is going to be Zhao. This is Zhao's signature. So real quick, Doggy, I did use Zach's account because while you do have a top 1% Zhao, you don't even use your Jade Spear on Zhao. So I figured it would be kind of a slap in the face to Zhao to use your account. You know, I got to poke the doggy. I gotta poke it a little bit while I'm out here. Okay, so Zhao. This is his signature weapon. He can make very, very good use out of this. He does enjoy the crit rate. He can keep the passive up basically permanently whenever he is on the field. Zhao's other mechanics involving his skill and his burst do also have a stacking effect like the Jade Spear, so this just kind of fits right into his playstyle. Next is going to be Raiden, and while you can use Primordial Jade Spear on Raiden, I do not think that it would outperform R5 Catch. Because while Raiden can appreciate the crit rate, you would have to get up all the stacks before you use her burst to get the maximum out of it, because her burst, the first initial hit, is where you get your biggest number, and Raiden's whole thing revolves around energy recharge if you're using her for a hyper carry. So I think that the R5 Catch would outperform Jade Spear actually relatively easily. Now, that is not me being biased because I do have R5 Catch on my Raiden and I don't even have Jade Spear. It's not me being biased. It is me being 100% truthful. I swear on Venti. I guess I could have just said Raiden because she's also an Archon. Whatever. Next is going to be the Jokester of Genshin, Sino. And while it does not match his aesthetic, he can take very good use of its crit rate and its passive, using both of them with his skill and his burst. Now, Sino is an on-field attacker just like Zhao, just like Hu Tao, so he will be able to easily make use of this weapon to the fullest. And finally, we're going to talk about Xiangling. I feel like any polearm video, you have to mention Xiangling because people get her for free. I do not think that this weapon would be good on Xiangling because you are using Guoba and you're using her burst, but she isn't really on field that much. You're swapping her on, doing her burst, and swapping her off, meaning that you're going to have to build up the stacks, and that would mean either a lot of enemies around or you'd have to position it very well for her burst. Like, she also wants energy recharge, especially if you're using her with Emblem. So like, this weapon would not be that good on Xiangling because of the stacking mechanic. And of course, we do have Rosaria, and we should always be giving Rosaria some love. She can make use of this weapon even if she's off field because you just want the crit rate. Now, while there are other weapons like Death March, which is a battle pass weapon, can get her crit rate up higher, she still can use this if you don't have battle pass and you just happen to pull this, then she can use it. So that is going to be it for this video. If you have any questions, do be sure to leave it down in the comments. Myself or somebody else will be sure to answer it, and I will see you in the next one.
Okay. Let's first go there.
With the release of Skirk in 5.7, the topic of who are the best DPSs in Genshin Impact is being hotly debated once again. So in this video, we're going to go over the top 5, who has fallen off and who has climbed the ranks. So grab some popcorn for the comments. Let's get started. Welcome to Jello Impact, where we build and test every single character to help you decide who you want to wish for and build. These are going to be the priorities for judgment. Number 1, total team power. How strong is their strongest team? Second, contribution. You can't all just use Malika Bennett Seedlali as your strongest team. You actually have to contribute to it. 3, flexibility. The unit can work with a decent number of other units, as well as deal with different checks, such as AoE, shield breaking, single target, etc. And we're mostly considering the hardest endgame in the game, Stygian Onslaught and Spiral Abyss, so that will definitely factor into how we're ranking the characters. And finally, comfort and ease of use. That is, most players can actually play the character without banging their head against the wall too much. You might wonder why Imaginarium Theater is not up there, and that's because Imaginarium Theater more cares about your planning and your investment into a lot of characters. How strong a DPS is at Imaginarium Theater isn't really relevant. It's more just about having enough characters to challenge the most. First off, there's a lot of DPSs that I would consider good or good enough. Characters like Navia, Chaska, even Risley with Escoffier, Ayaka, Florand, Kinich, and some others are really very strong if you put the time in. And if you want to see where all of them rank and where I put them, make sure to subscribe for my full tier list. And just because some of these characters don't make the list, it doesn't mean they're bad. But there are 2 that I wanted to talk about as honorable mentions. Gaming and Mualani have some really powerful nuke style attacks that, under the right conditions and piloted by the right players, they can compete with some of the fastest clear times of most of the DPSs on this list, and can easily out DPS at least a couple.
Играешь в гейший ты инфаркт?
Немножко.
Понимаю. Не хочешь копию что-нибудь поиграть?
Можно поиграть в Геншин.
Блин. Я ж там заново аккаунт с нуля буду создавать.
Ну, сейчас, в общем, слушай.
Не, если не хочешь, не, я просто так, чисто решил.
Ну, спасибо, что предложил, но сейчас немножко...
Окей, без проблем, понимаю. Да я просто за миллион лет включил комбо, думаю. Вижу в сети Димона.
Не, ну, если хочешь купить себе по Е2, то...
Не, по Ешку не хочу. Я сейчас в этот упару, вот как его. Ой, рематч, футбольчик.
Футбольчик, ну, не, сейчас желания нет, к сожалению.
Ну ладно, без проблем. Давай тогда, хорошо.
Давай, спасибо, что позвонил, пакета, удачи.
Да, давай, брат.
Okay. Well, Legion Onslaught. This is a close second for Skirk because she will always use maybe this. but this is so ass. Like going there is ass. It's wasteful. Okay, let's see. Attack, crit rate, crit damage. Any 3. Crit rate, crit damage, attack percentage. One saved. Electra Anima. Yeah, okay. No artifacts. What's in the recommended? Do I actually care about elemental mastery? Oh, actually, that is indeed about Movuika. And that is for someone else. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. I have 79 of those. Mist Split Reforged.
In version 4.6, we are getting 2 new artifact sets, Fragment of Harmonic Whimsy and Unfinished Reverie. In this video, I will go over these 2 sets. Unfinished Reverie. This set's 2-piece bonus gives an 18% attack increase, and as for the 4-piece bonus, you start at a 50% damage bonus when you're not in combat. If this damage bonus decreases while you're in combat, leaving combat for 3 seconds will reset the damage bonus to 50%. When you enter combat, if for 6 seconds there are no burning enemies, the starting 50% damage bonus will decrease by 10 every second until it reaches 0. If there are burning enemies, you will gain back the lost damage bonus by 10% every second until you return to the starting value of 50% damage bonus. Additionally, this set also works off-field. To sum it up, you start at a 50% damage bonus. If there are no burning enemies, you lose the bonus. If there are burning enemies, you maintain the bonus. Burning is the reaction you get when Dendro and Pyro react. If you are playing a burning team, this set will be very strong. But this reaction is not that strong since it has a rather weak multiplier. However, burning applies a Pyro aura onto enemies as long as the burning lasts, enabling you to make reactions with this Pyro aura. An example team of this is Burn Melt. This team utilizes the burning aura and uses a cryo DPS to deal melt damage. These teams are strong if you play them well, and in my own experience quite unique and fun to play. Cryo characters that work in melt team comps such as Ganyu can also work in burn melt comps. In Ganyu's case, this new set will be her best in slot in a burn melt team, around 5% better than Wanderer's Troop. As for your Pyro character, if you care about their damage, Unfinished Reverie will also be their best in slot. The same also goes if you're using a Dendro damage dealer instead in a burning team. But, for example, if you're using Dea in a burn melt team with a cryo DPS, using a supporting set like Tenacity will give your team more damage. Let's look at another scenario where your cryo damage dealer can also use Maréchaussée Hunter. Ryothsli can be played in a burn melt team comp and can use Maréchaussée Hunter without Furina. In such a scenario, Maréchaussée Hunter is still better, around 3% better. Overall, if you're playing a burning team with a pyro damage dealer, this set will be very strong. If you're playing a burning team and utilizing the pyro aura to deal other reactions, the damage dealer triggering the other reactions can use this set, and it's likely for this set to be their best in slot, unless they can use Maréchaussée Hunter. A decent set for burning teams, but not really necessary to farm, unless you want to maximize your damage. In conclusion, both of these sets serve very specific characters and teams. Fragment of Harmonic Whimsy only works for one character at the moment, while Unfinished Reverie serves the burning niche. If used with the correct characters and teams, both of these sets are strong, but definitely not necessary to farm. But we might be getting more characters in the future that can use these sets. In the meantime though, these are really niche sets, like we've been receiving in the later patches of each major version. And that's all from this video, a short one, but not really one that has to be any longer than this. Thank you for making it till the end, and thank you for watching.
If you want to know the best characters in Genshin Impact in 2025, then this video is for you.
Welcome everyone to my Yuzuha kit overview. Yuzuha is the second limited S-rank support agent, and the first S-rank agent focused on buffing anomaly agents. In this kit overview, I will go over Yuzuha's kit and explain what she does, then go over her signature W engine, possible build options, and teams. Keep in mind that the information in this video is not official, and therefore highly subject to change. And without further ado, Yuzuha is an S-rank physical support agent from the upcoming Spook Shack faction. Her core skill level bonus increases attack and anomaly mastery. Yuzuha is a support agent who specializes in buffing anomaly agents. She deals off-field aftershock damage and assists in building up the active character's attribute anomaly. Yuzuha also buffs attack, damage dealt, attribute anomaly damage and build-up rate, and disorder damage. Aftershock is a newer mechanic present in multiple characters' kits that deals a special type of damage. Yuzuha can trigger an off-field Aftershock attack through charge points. Through her core skill, Yuzuha starts with 4 charge points, and up to 6 can be held. When a squad member hits an enemy, if Yuzuha has charge points, she will consume 1 point and deal Aftershock physical damage once every 8 seconds. Charge points can be restored by using an X special, chain, ultimate, or by holding basic attack. Holding basic attack will allow Yuzuha to enter a defensive stance for 1.5 seconds. If she's attacked by an enemy in this stance, the attack will be automatically parried and grants 1 charge point. Yuzuha helps build up attribute anomaly through inflicting enemies with the Candy Fright state. Candy Fright can be inflicted through her X special, which deals damage, inflicts Candy Fright for 30 seconds, grants 2 points of charge, and triggers a quick assist. Yuzuha's ultimate can also inflict Candy Fright for 30 seconds, grant 3 charge points, restore energy to squad members, and also trigger a quick assist. Enemies inflicted with Candy Fright will take damage every second. If the active characters deal damage to an enemy inflicted with Candy Fright, Yuzuha's off-field damage will be converted to deal damage and build up anomaly of the same type as the active agent, including special attributes like Frost and Auric Ink. This will allow you to trigger attribute anomaly effects much faster. Additionally, Yuzuha's off-field anomaly buildup will not be considered in the attribute anomaly damage calculation. Usually, when multiple characters build up an attribute anomaly, the stats of these characters, such as attack and anomaly proficiency, will be combined when the attribute anomaly effect deals damage. Yuzuha, as will be seen in a bit, is not usually built off anomaly proficiency, so having her stats taken into account would lower the attribute anomaly damage. However, that isn't the case since it's explicitly mentioned that this does not affect attribute anomaly damage calculation. Additionally, when Yuzuha's off-field Aftershock attacks hit an enemy inflicted with Candy Fright, an additional attack will be dealt, dealing more damage and anomaly buildup. This is why you will want to have charge points, as the off-field attack will deal more damage and anomaly buildup. And lastly, in terms of Yuzuha's buffs, when an enemy is inflicted with Candy Fright, her core skill will increase all squad members' attack by 37.5% of Yuzuha's attack for up to 1,200 bonus attack, the same attack buff Astra provides. Additionally, damage will also be increased by 15%. Yuzuha's faction bonus, which requires an anomaly agent or an agent from the same faction. After inflicting an enemy with Candy Fright, attribute anomaly buildup will be increased by 0.2% for every anomaly mastery point over 100. A maximum buff of 20% can be obtained this way. Additionally, attribute anomaly damage and disorder damage will also be increased by 0.2% for every point of anomaly mastery for up to 20%. To reach the maximum effects, a total of 200 anomaly mastery is required. Anomaly mastery can only be gained through a limited number of ways. A 6th partition anomaly mastery disc can increase anomaly mastery by 30%. 2-piece Phaethon's melody increases anomaly mastery by 8%. Her signature W engine, which has a base attack of 713 and increases energy regen by 60%, will increase anomaly mastery when the equipping character's X special deals physical damage. This W engine will also increase squad members' anomaly proficiency by 60 for 30 seconds when an Aftershock attack hits an enemy. To reach the maximum effect of 20% attribute anomaly and disorder damage, you would likely need Yuzuha's signature W engine. However, you do not need to fully maximize this faction bonus, and you would already get a decent amount of Anomaly Mastery through Yuzuha's core skill level bonus, an Anomaly Mastery 6th disc, and even running a 2-piece Anomaly Mastery set. And while this W engine will be her best in slot for attribute anomaly focused teams, it will likely only be by a small margin, as other W engines like Kaboom the Cannon provide sizable attack buffs that benefit most characters, and if you're playing Yuzuha with an anomaly unit who doesn't necessarily benefit from anomaly proficiency, like Miyabi, other W engines will likely be even better options. In terms of possible builds, 4-piece Astral Voice or Swing Jazz will likely be the best options for most teams. Both sets increase damage, although Astral Voice requires you to trigger Quick Assist, which Yuzuha can do through her X Special and Ultimate, while Swing Jazz requires triggering a Chain Attack or Ultimate. Both sets should be viable in her, although Astral Voice might just be slightly better, as you can stack and maintain a slightly higher damage buff, and not to mention that it will also last slightly longer. 4-piece Freedom Blues might also be viable if you're playing Yuzuha with a physical anomaly agent like Jane Doe or the upcoming Alice. This set will reduce attribute anomaly build-up resistance for the Equipper's attribute, which in Yuzuha's case is physical. For the 2-piece sets, Yuzuha would likely run 2-piece Phaethon's Melody, 2-piece Attack, or Energy Regen, or maybe even 2-piece Shadow Harmony for the Aftershock damage increase. Keep in mind that this is all speculation. Determining which drive disc set is the best to run would have to wait until actual damage calculations. As for main stats, for the 4th and 5th partition, attack should be the best option to maximize Yuzuha's core skill attack buff, which requires 3,200 attack. This is slightly less than Astra's attack requirement to fully maximize the buff, since Yuzuha converts 37.5% of attack while Astra converts 35%. You would likely want to prioritize attack over anomaly proficiency, as Yuzuha's anomaly proficiency won't be taken into account when calculating anomaly damage. And for the last slot, Anomaly Mastery should allow you to maximize her faction bonus buff. To recap, Yuzuha is a support agent who specializes in buffing anomaly agents. Yuzuha can inflict an enemy with Candy Fright through her X Special or Ultimate. Candy Fright will last for 30 seconds, during which squad members will receive a 15% damage bonus and up to 1,200 attack, a 20% anomaly build-up rate increase, and 20% attribute anomaly and disorder damage. The Candy Fright state will also deal damage to the enemy and build up the attribute anomaly of the active characters. Yuzuha's charge points can allow her to deal an aftershock attack, which will also increase the damage taken by the enemy and anomaly buildup. Overall, Yuzuha looks like a very strong anomaly support. Anomaly units don't really have a dedicated support unit until now. Yuzuha provides a lot of buffs, deals damage on her own, and should also make triggering attribute anomalies and disorders much faster. Because of that, she will probably be a core part of many anomaly teams, where you would have 2 anomaly agents, preferably an agent who can stay on field like Jane Doe or Piper, or maybe even the upcoming Alice, alongside another anomaly agent who can stay on field like Vivian or Bernice. For other anomaly agents, like Miyabi, who aren't specifically dealing the majority of their damage through attribute anomalies and disorders, Yuzuha might not be much better than existing supports, like Astra, who provides the same attack buffs, but has a higher damage bonus buff, and increases crit damage. And while she doesn't provide as many buffs to non-anomaly agents, Yuzuha still provides a large attack buff, and increases damage bonus. So that should also make her a usable support agent, alongside attack or rupture agents, giving Yuzuha some flexibility and freeing up other supports like Astra for other teams. And that's all from this guide. Thank you for making it till the end, and thank you for watching.
Okay.
My apologies. A little amuse-bouche. Game's up. Fun's over. The pinnacle of excellence. Whirling snow. Let my name echo in song. I will not stand for this. My apologies. Yoo-hoo! Off to the freezer. Busted. Things are about to get dicey. Time to shine. Goose on the loose. Kami-sato art. Sometsu. A little amuse-bouche. Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over. The pinnacle of excellence. Let my name echo in song. Take much remains. My apologies. Busted. Off to the freezer. I can handle the heat. Goose, shower me with praise. Whirling snow. Yeah. Time to shine. Gotcha. Here comes the catch. Take flight. Yeah. Embrace the ice. Adaptive frosting. Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in song. The pinnacle of excellence. Busted. Things are about to get dicey. Whirling snow. Time to shine. Strike a pop. Off to the freezer. Goose on the loose. Quietly now. Game's up. Fun's over. Take flight. Yeah! Sakura swirl. Let my name echo in song. My apologies. Adaptive frost. Gotcha. Here comes the catch. The pinnacle of excellence. Yeah. Take flight. Shower me with praise. Time to shine. Quietly now. Embrace the ice. Yeah! My apologies. Goose on the loose. Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over. Let the world collide! Take flight.
Hello and welcome to my channel, I Win to Lose Gaming. Jufufu, the definitely not an orange cat Therian, has arrived in Zenless Zone 0. In today's ultimate guide video, you'll learn everything you need to know about Jufufu. Jufufu is a fantastic, primarily off-field, and fairly universal fire stun agent capable of outputting high amounts of daze and providing substantial damage buffs to her team. This video was filmed on the early access server and is not indicative of the final product. There may be some changes on release, so be sure to check the comments down below to see if there are any. As usual, we'll go over her kit, best drives and stats, wenjins, teams, mindscapes, a showcase, and finally my opinion on insert character here. Starting with her kit, the first mechanic of hers to take note of is her little buddy, Hui. Is Hui a cat or a dog? Well, regardless of its sentience, it's Jufufu's scratching post, and it also automatically attacks nearby enemies once every 4 seconds. Most importantly, Hui's attack generates 20 might, which is Jufufu's unique resource. Jufufu can hold a maximum of 200 might. And what does the might bar do? Well, while Jufufu is off field, if Hui attacks the enemy, she will actually consume 100 might in order to perform her chain attack from off field. And as we can see, when she performs that chain attack, the enemy is getting stunned very, very effectively. So one more hit, and bam. Just like that, she performs her chain attack from off field. There are, unsurprisingly, additional ways to generate might, which we will go into additional detail in a bit. Once she performs that chain attack from off field, she gains this buff. What is this buff? This buff is part of her core skill. All squad members gain the Tiger's Roar effect, increasing their crit damage by 20%. And when Jufufu's initial attack, so her attack stat prior to going into combat, is greater than or equal to 2,800, every additional 100 attack further increases crit damage by 5% up to a maximum of an additional increase of 30%. So Jufufu can give your entire team up to 50% additional crit damage if she has 3,400 attack. Then, while in Tiger's Roar state, characters' chain attack ultimate damage also increases by 20 to 40%. And finally, Jufufu's impact is increased by 50, and it lasts for 30 seconds. So effectively, you have 100% uptime on this buff, and this buff applies to the entire team. Yishuan has the buff, 50% crit damage, 20% chain attack damage, and 40% ultimate damage. Characters that rely on ultimate damage and to a certain extent chain attack damage are going to heavily benefit from Jufufu being on the team. The next mechanic we need to understand is momentum. When she uses her EX special, she gains a thing called momentum stacks, as well as a bunch of might to fill up that bar. So let's go ahead and use her EX special again to gain those momentum stacks. And we can see that after the chain attack, she will perform this funny Beyblade attack where she keeps bouncing off of the enemy. And not only do those Beyblade attacks generate more might, but they're of course way faster than if Hui just attacks on his own accord. Momentum is important for quickly building up her might, which of course allows her to perform her off-field chain attack. There are a few notes about momentum that are good to know, but not necessarily crucial for most of us to play around. First, Jufufu must spend 100 might in order to use her off-field chain attack to start using her momentum stacks while she's off-field. This might sound like a big deal, but in reality it's not honestly a big deal, because don't worry, Jufufu will perform plenty of off-field chain attacks. Also, these momentum attacks generate 25 might instead of 20 might from Hui's regular attacks. And Jufufu can generate momentum stacks via the following methods. EX Special generates 3 momentum stacks, her ultimate generates 6 momentum stacks, and her defensive assist follow-up generates 1 momentum stack, and this one has a 10-second cooldown. Finally, Jufufu can have a maximum of 15 momentum stacks, which in practice you're unlikely to reach. And the next really cool thing to note about Jufufu is you will see this number right here is 4,000. So if you've been playing Zenless Sub-Zero, you will know that 3,000 decibels tends to be the limit. However, with Jufufu on the team, now the limit is 4,000. But wait, that's not all, because if you use a character's ultimate, specifically if it's an attack or rupture agent, then that character will get refunded 300 decibels. So normally when you use your ultimate, it costs 3,000 decibels, and you should be at 1,000 decibels in this situation.
Absolutely.
Okay, actually I need to turn off unlimited decibels. Dark.
Unfortunately, because
so let's go ahead and use her ultimate this time without unlimited decibels, and we can see she's now at 1,300 instead of the expected 1,000. But that's not all, because Yishuan has 2 ultimates. With this other ultimate, you can expect this to go up by another 300 points. So we should be at 2,581, and indeed we are. just from using her ultimate, and that is one thing that makes her synergize really well with Yishuan because Yishuan has 2 ultimates. Now that we understand the fundamentals of her kit, let's take a look at some more individual parts of it. Starting with Jufufu's basic attacks, which are more comical than useful, as she can, I believe, infinitely perform her basic 3 cat scratches. While I certainly wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of this, her enemies don't seem to mind as much because unfortunately this attack isn't that great. However, if you hold the basic attack button during the basic 3 scratches, she'll perform this finisher strike, which has a delayed heavy attack to initiate the stun against the enemy. If Jufufu's on the field though, so yeah. Jufufu also has a hold dash attack, which if you have momentum, she'll consume those momentum stacks to perform those momentum bounces to gain 25 might. However, without momentum, she'll just fairly harmlessly bonk into the enemy, not generating any might. And releasing the dash button causes Hu-Wei to quickly attack the enemy, but this quick Hu-Wei attack also doesn't generate might. As useless as this attack might appear, besides traveling as a living Beyblade, there is actually a use for this. When Jufufu performs this hold dash attack, she will actually reset Hu-Wei's 4-second attack cooldown. In order to perform this trick, simply use her hold dash right before Hu-Wei's second attack hits the enemy. Yes, it's a little bit confusing, but the second attack is actually Hu-Wei's standard attack. The first attack is that free Hu-Wei attack that I mentioned earlier. So anyway, just wait until the second attack hits the enemy before you use her hold dash. This will speed up your might generation. In this example, in order to perform 10 Hu-Wei attacks and 2 chain attacks, it took Jufufu just 22.03 seconds versus 38.53 seconds if we solely relied on Hu-Wei with Jufufu off field. Now, full disclaimer, obviously I don't recommend spending this much time on Jufufu on field, but knowledge is power and this can be useful for certain situations to speed up some might generation for when you really need it. Honestly though, for most of us, don't worry about this, as I personally won't even be using it much, but for those of you out there who like to min-max certain rotations, this can be useful. Anyway, we spent way too much time on that, so let's move on to her ultimate. Her ultimate generates 100 might and 6 stacks of momentum, so it's great for days output, as Jufufu will output a lot of additional off-field chain attacks. It is worth mentioning that since Jufufu is not an attack or rupture agent, she doesn't actually gain the 300 decibel refund, although she of course still does gain the plus 1000 to max decibels. In total, Jufufu provides all of the following at Mindscape 0. She provides great off-field days application. She applies 20 to 50% crit damage based on her attack stat via her core ability. She provides up to 30% crit damage via the drive disc set or other various drive disc set buffs if you choose to, and she provides 20% chain attack damage and 40% ultimate damage, and she increases your max decibels by 1000, and attack and rupture agents gain 300 decibels when they use their ultimate, and finally if you get her signature Wenjin, that's another 20% damage to the team. As we can see, Jufufu provides a ton of stuff. Now, I did do one quick anecdotal test with Yishuan's ultimate damage, and with just Yishuan, she ended up doing 65,615 damage on
There is a phenomenon in Star Wars that was built in when I started, which is I was hiring actors sometimes for 10 years, and I was hiring them very young. So I was able to use their maturity over the years as part of the character. In the case of Ewan, he starts out as a Padawan learner, and then he ends up as a very sophisticated Jedi Master. And as he's grown into the part, he's gotten even better at the physical aspects of the character.
So I have done Photoshop Composite where I try to take Ewan and turn him into Alec. They have almost identical eyes. They have the same grooves here. The mouths are in exactly the right place. They say this triangle is the most important thing and it defines your character. And on the two people, their characters, it's there, that triangle, it's exactly the same.
So I think my hair's quite like Alec Guinness's, and it's no longer a mullet, which I sported beautifully in episode 2. Continuity in Alec Guinness's look is absolutely all over the place. Sometimes his hair's here, sometimes it's down here, you know. There's not a great deal of continuity going on there.
There is a phenomenon in Star Wars that was built in.
Did you know that the final fight between Jackie Chan and Benny Urquidez in Wheels on Meals is still considered one of the greatest fight scenes in cinema history? Jackie wanted the choreography to look as realistic as possible, so at times they actually hit each other for real. Benny Urquidez had no trouble meeting Jackie's demands. It wasn't a problem for him because Benny was a world-class kickboxer, holding black belts in Kenpo, Judo, Jiu-Jitsu, Shotokan Karate, and Taekwondo. In one of his interviews, Jackie Chan even admitted, "If I ever faced Benny in a real fight, he would just kill me."
Pull me up for another round. I'll kick your ass. Oh, no, don't let go. I don't want to die.
Did you know that the final fight between Jackie Chan and Benny Urquidez in Wheels on Meals is still considered one of the greatest fight scenes in cinema history?
Yeah, makes sense.
Characters on this list if played properly. However, for me, and looking at the Spiral Abyss usage rates, for Mualani especially, Gaming is a 4-star, so it's harder to judge his usage rates. But for Mualani, yes, she has very, very strong peak times, but at only 15% usage rate on most abysses, most people just aren't able to get Mualani to go as well as the speedrun clears on YouTube would show you. But if you're a dedicated Mualani main and at the same time a dedicated Gaming main, you can absolutely get amazing clears with these characters that are competitive with the top 5 DPS in the game. But for both of them, especially Gaming, even more than Mualani, they're just very difficult. You have to get the elemental checks to align. If it's AoE, you have to get the AoE to align. You know, Gaming uses Sitlali and Bennett, part of Moika's best team, and doesn't really have great teams options outside of that. And Mualani is relatively flexible, only needing Shilonin. But both of them, I feel, just need too much player skill, RNG to go right, the right lineup of Abyss enemies to really hit the top 5. But with that out of the way, let's get into number 5.
Number 5.
This list. And that is going to be Neuvillette. Neuvillette was the best DPS in the game on release, and so it is pretty wild to see him fall to a tie for number 4. But there is one major reason why, aside from other DPSs coming out that are stronger and stronger, Neuvillette's best feature is his AoE. In the new mode, it is strictly a single target mode. So I am very dubious of Neuvillette's ability to keep up huge amounts of power and value in the new endgame mode, which is basically strictly single target. He is still the king of AoE, he's the best AoE DPS in the game, and he still has a ton of flexibility. He has a new best in slot teammate with Escoffier, and the newest version of Innefa's pre-release information, the character from Nod Cry who can enable Lunar Charge, could potentially give Neuvillette another best in slot team with a Lunar Charge, Electro Charge type team. All of this contributes to him. All of this added to the fact that most players find him very, very easy to play, and he is the go-to pick for an easy, simple Abyss clear. I do think his flexibility is a little bit overrated, because if you don't use Farina, a lot of teams can fall off. However, if you are skilled with Neuvillette, or maybe you have his C1, and you really build a lot of energy onto your Shangling, Neuvillette Vape is a thing you can do. It's not something that's worked for me because I only have Constellation 0 Neuvillette. I do test my DPSs with their weapons, so if you were to say go for a battle pass weapon and get Neuvillette C1, you could maybe argue that as a more viable playstyle for him. But even without Neuvillette Vape, you still have Escoffier, you still have his traditional hyper carry, and then now you're going to have Innefa as well. And again, he's just a very comfy choice for a lot of players and the best AoE DPS in the game. I do feel like he deserves his spot at a tie with Arlecchino for number 4. And now moving on to the top 3. So numbers 4 and 5 are a bit more debatable, a bit more contentious, but if you're asking me, all the testing I've done and all the calcs that I've seen, the top 3 are very clear. The new Genshin Big 3 starts with
Okay, that doesn't matter.
Hey travelers, welcome back. It's the Cosmic.
Здравствуйте. В последнее время вы довольно часто просили меня сделать видео про Шеврёз и ее отряды. Сейчас, пока она в баннере, лучший момент этим заняться. По сути своей, это будет гайд на Шеврёз, но с большим акцентом в сторону команд. Ибо в самой сборке Шеврёз на самом деле нет чего-то замысловато сложного. Так что я думаю, с этим мы быстро справимся и перейдем к ее пачкам. Приятного просмотра. Ну что, апрель на дворе, а ты все еще не отошел от зимней серости и холодов? Расслабься, я знаю сочных девчонок, которые точно добавят ярких красок в твои дни. Ведь это девчонки от имба. Так мало того, сейчас этот сочный... На самом деле, не то чтобы нужно рассматривать базовые характеристики Шеврёз, напомню лишь, что за возвышение она получает ХП, что будет полезно, и давайте сразу к способностям. Обычные атаки нас не интересуют, вот прям совсем, самые что ни на есть обычные атаки, как и у всех других персонажей, только без уникальных механик и с очень низкими скейлами. Элементальный навык. Быстрым нажатием мы попросим Шеврёз сделать выстрел пира уроном, который скейлится от атаки. После выстрела в течение короткого времени Шеврёз будет лечить активного персонажа отряда. И вот это уже зависит от ее ХП. Если быть точным, это 6 тиков лечения за 12 секунд. Долгое нажатие — это по сути такой же выстрел, только мы гарантированно попадаем по врагу, а также, если у Шеврёз есть перегруженный заряд, урон будет выше. Первые 3 скейла способности — это и есть быстрый выстрел, зажатый выстрел и зажатый выстрел с перегруженным снарядом. Снаряды эти Шеврёз получает, если любой член отряда закрывает реакцию перегрузка, даже если реакцию вызывает сама Шеврёз. Одновременно существует не более одного такого заряда. Если заряд у вас есть, вы увидите его рядом с Шеврёз. Навык перезаряжается 15 секунд. Еще в него зарыта фонтейновская механика арха. Если знаешь, что это такое, то молодец, а если нет, то не бери в голову. Против современного боевого контента тебе эти знания ни к чему. Ну, до следующего Капелиуса в бездне. В итоге Ешка делает бдыщ, бдыщ больнее, если зажать, и бдыщ еще чуть больнее, если зажать ее с перегруженным зарядом. Независимо от выбранного типа бдыщ, мы получим периодическое лечение для активного персонажа. Урон скейлится от атаки Шеврёз, а лечение от ХП Шеврёз. Взрыв стихий. Шеврёз выстреливает во врагов гранатой. Граната наносит урон с порядочным таким скейлом, а затем распадается на вторичные взрывные снаряды. Стоит 60 энергии и перезаряжается 15 секунд. Ну и все. Один бдыщ побольше, плюс несколько мелких. Скейлится урон от атаки. И вот все, что мы тут обсуждали до этого момента, на самом деле вторично. Главное в Шеврёз ее первая пассивка, доступная при первом пробуждении, то есть на 20 уровне. Если отряд полностью состоит из пира и электро персонажей, и при этом у нас есть хотя бы один пира и один электрогерой, Шеврёз наделяет всех членов отряда согласованной тактикой. Это такой скрытый баф, который накладывается на всех членов отряда, и дает он следующее. Когда любой персонаж в отряде закроет перегрузку, пира и электро сопротивление противника, который был поражен этой реакцией, снижается на 40% на 6 секунд. И вновь, это сделать может любой член отряда, включая саму Шеврёз, либо же без участия Шеврёз вообще. Главное, чтобы она была в отряде, в котором не нарушается условие. Только электро и пира персонажи. По сути, эта пассивка и является основной механикой Шеврёз, делая ее играбельной на 20 уровне без артефактов, оружия и прокачанных талантов. Потому что 40% среза резиста сразу для двух элементов — это полноценный анемосет, который при этом не надо реализовывать на поле боя. Но в то же время именно эта пассивка запирает Шеврёз в пачках, состоящих только из пира и электроперсонажей. Подведем итоги по ее полному скиллсету чуть позже, но по сути это и было ее 90% функционала. Вторая пассивка. После того, как Шеврёз попадает перегруженным снарядом, это которая от заряженной Ешки, если перед этим была перегрузка, то она повышает силу атаки всех пира и электроперсонажей в команде, включая себя, на 30 секунд. Размер бонуса зависит от максимального ХП Шеврёз. Каждая 1000 ХП это 1%, а максимум 40. Простым математическим действием выясняем, что кап этой пассивки 40 тысяч ХП Шеврёз. Тут считаю важным сказать, что не нужно сломя голову пытаться пробивать этот барьер, не обращая внимания больше ни на что. 30 тысяч ХП это все еще 30% бонуса атаки. 35 тысяч это 35%. Земля не рухнет, если твой отряд не доберет пару процентов АТК бонуса. Впрочем, реализовать пассивку полностью тоже будет приятно. Шеврёз — это эпик, и тут важно обсудить созвездия. Поговорим о каждом и выделим ключевые. C1. Когда активный персонаж, кроме самой Шеврёз, получает хил после Ешки, которая была с перегрузочным снарядом, он восстанавливает 6 единиц энергии. Эффект возникает не чаще одного раза в 10 секунд. Это просто приятная мелочь в виде подкачки энергии в отряд, но ни на что кардинально она не влияет. C2. При попадании заряженной ешкой рядом с местом попадания происходит еще 2 взрыва. Каждый из них имеет фиксированный скейл в 120% атаки и считается уроном элементального навыка. Также работает раз в 10 секунд. И это также не является чем-то ультимативно важным. C3 — это 3 уровня в ешку, увеличивает скейлы урона на этом навыке. Снова не играет важной роли. C4. После взрыва стихий мы можем нажать заряженную ешку Шеврёз 3 раза. Первые 2 выстрела после ульты не будут уходить в откат. Важно! Только после ульты и только зажатые ешки. Это еще одна конста, увеличивающая личный урон Шеврёз, что, опять-таки, не так уж и важно в контексте обычной реализации персонажа. C5. 3 уровня в ульту, выше скейл на взрыв стихий. Снова урон Шеврёз. C6 дает 2 эффекта. Во-первых, после 12 секунд действия лечения с навыка происходит еще один тик лечения, который в этот раз похилит весь наш отряд на 10% от максимального хп Шеврёз. Во-вторых, когда активный персонаж получает лечение от все той же ешки, он получает стак. Стак дает бонус пира и электроурона в размере 20% и может складываться 3 раза. Иными словами, когда Шеврёз C6, основной дамагер на поле боя, получает тики лечения, получает и по 20% аффикса на свой урон. В сумме до 60%, и это больше, чем дает элементальный кубок. Тут нужно сделать еще одну важную оговорку, ибо описание C6 нам немножко врет. Ведь по идее, если персонаж не получает лечение от ешки Шеврёз, он и не должен получать стаки и аффикс, так? Нет, не так. Персонажи, имеющие полное здоровье, технически не получают лечения, а вот стаки получают. И да, Арлекина в любой момент боя также будет получать этот бонус, несмотря на то, что не может лечиться в бою. Механически это объясняется просто. Эффект, накладывающий тики лечения, все равно происходит, и баф, дающий стак, связан с фактом срабатывания эффекта, а не с фактом получения лечения. Проверить это можно за пару секунд, если у вас, конечно, есть C6 Шеврёз, ведь этот бонус отображается в характеристиках персонажа. Так что да, бонус действует не по факту лечения, а по факту нахождения персонажа на поле боя в течение 2, 4 и 6 секунд соответственно, после того, как Шеврёз нажимает свой элементальный навык. И при этом солидно увеличивает урон каждого члена отряда Шеврёз, кто этот урон, собственно, наносит. Но в основном того персонажа, кто будет на поле боя дольше, чтобы он успел набрать больше стаков. По сути, C6 это единственное важное созвездие Шеврёз. Много ли она дает? Весьма на самом деле. Я взял 3 классических отряда: Арлекина, Райден и Кларинда. Вот показатель урона с C5 Шеврёз, а вот те же отряды, но Шеврёз имеет C6. В случае с C0 Райден разница составила 9%, потому что C0 Райден дамажит меньше сянки. Но вот если дать ей C2, или же поставить Арлекина или Кларинду, разница будет уже в районе 18%. 18% урона всего отряда от одной консты на эпике — это много. Так что и это созвездие нарекаю очень важным. Но тут важно понимать другой момент. Да, C6 сильная, но это не значит, что без нее это не играбельно. Ты видел числа урона. В бездне сейчас достаточно иметь 60 тысяч ДПС с учетом закрытия как блоков. И это чтобы комфортно, а не впритык по таймеру. Да и считал я это все на очень средних сборках. И отряды Шеврёз, у которой нет C6, также без проблем выдают нужный дэмэдж. Так что запоминаем. Отряды Шеврёз сильны и без C6 на ней. Но с C6 они становятся еще лучше. Ну и давайте выделим область применения Шеврёз. Она представляет из себя отрядообразующего персонажа, то есть она заставляет отряд укомплектовываться конкретным образом, давая взамен много бонусов. Как Фурина, которая требует хиллера, или Цапля, которая закрывает на спланш-отрядах. На самом деле это весьма похожий случай. В своих отрядах она практически пассивно режет врагам по 40% сопротивления. Если C6, то еще может и заливать до 60 аффикса. К слову, Кадзухе, для того чтобы этого добиться, нужно будет взять анемесет и иметь 1500 МС. Просто держу в курсе. А в случае с Шеврёз мы еще и полезный сет на ней не учитываем. Статов, в общем, она заливает немеренно, но взамен требует от нас играть с самой плохой реакцией в игре — перегрузкой. Почему сама реакция так себе? Потому что она наносит мало урона, при этом еще и раскидывает мелких врагов, ломая тебе позиционку. Сама реакция, в общем-то, как была дерьмом, так и осталась. Но у нас есть сильная Шеврёз, заливающая гору статов просто по факту происхождения этой реакции. Так что запишем. Шеврёз — это круто, а перегрузки — это не круто. Не сливайте эти два понятия в одно, ибо реакция тот еще шлак и нужна как раз таки для того, чтобы ограничивать Шеврёз, иначе она была бы слишком сильной. Но этот бонус еще не все. Шеврёз также наносит урон как с ульты, так и с навыка. Особенно на созвездиях, ведь, как ты помнишь, 5 из 6 созвездий увеличивают урон самой Шеврёз. И да, все эти бафы, что она дает в отряд, действуют и на нее саму. Поэтому во время сборки у нас есть два пути. простой и дешевый, а также дорогой, но идеальный. Простой путь, он же и самый дешевый. Забиваем на урон Шеврёз. В качестве оружия ставим ей либо палку на хп вот из этих, либо дефолтный фавоний, если нужна подкачка энергии в отряд. В качестве сетов артефактов можем рассматривать любой из саппортских сетов. Церемония древней знати — это плюс 20% к атаке в отряд. Песень былых времен можно, но не рекомендую. Набор работает слишком нестабильно и требует оверхилл. Оверхилла может не быть, а даже если он есть, можно забафать не те тычки, что нам хотелось бы. Знать всегда надежнее. Свитки, если знать занята, хорошее решение. Это часто происходит, так как в отрядах часто будет Беннет, а Беннет часто носит знать. У Шеврёз нет ночного духа, но 12% аффикса — это лучше, чем ничего. Так что обычно мы ставим на нее знать, если знать уже стоит на ком-то читать как Беннет, то свитки. Если играем с Ансан, то свитки будут на ней, значит на Шеврёз всегда будет знать. Сеты на личный урон не надо, баф в команду просто дает больше. Солянки 2+2 на хп тоже не надо. Ну, подумай сам. Знать дает 20% атаки. Чтобы хп давало 20% атаки, нужно собрать 20 тысяч хп. Дает ли 2+2 на хп 20 тысяч хп? Нет, не дает. Так что опять же, не надо. ХПшку мы ей соберем артефактами. В мейн-статах все на хп, можем рассмотреть шапку на крит-шанс, если в руках фавоний. В доп-статах ищем хп и восстанову. На выходе получаем Шеврёз с пушкой на хп или фавонием, у которой нет урона, но есть саппорт-сет и около 40 тысяч хп. Одним своим присутствием в отряде она дает больше, чем добрая половина персонажей игры. Это был простой путь, который я и рекомендую каждому, ибо опять же, это очень эффективно с точки зрения вложения поделить на результат. Вложили мало, а импакта много. Также это имеет больше всего смысла в случае с Шеврёз без C6. Но и на C6 так тоже можно, и я бы даже сказал, нужно делать. Идеальный же путь потребует от тебя существенных вложений, потому как теперь мы будем заставлять Шеврёз дамажить. Чтобы у нас был смысл это делать, нам нужно C4 на Шеврёз, а лучше сразу C6, дабы мы могли делать 3 ешки, нанося больше урона. При этом с наборами артефактов ситуация никак не меняется. Саппорт-сеты все еще дают больше. Не надо собирать Шеврёз в охотник там или в ведьму. Но вот в качестве оружия мы можем рассмотреть что-то с уроном. Лучше всего Хома, ибо это и хп для пассивки, и хорошее сочетание критов и базовой атаки. Вообще, я бы передумал собирать Шеврёз в урон, если хомы на аккаунте у тебя нет. А вот с артефактами мы уже сделаем упор на дамажные статы в виде критов и атаки. На выходе у Шеврёз будет далеко не 40 тысяч хп, а где-то 20. Мы потеряем бонус в 20% атаки в отряд, но планируем компенсировать это личным уроном Шеврёз. Это сделать более чем возможно, но потребует от нас собрать дамажный саппорт-сет. Знать на 200 плюс крит-массы или аналогичные свитки. Как правило, это расточительно, но может иметь смысл, если твоих вложения окажется достаточно. Но и опять же, смысл есть только если Шеврёз имеет созвездие, только если у тебя есть свободная хома и только если у тебя есть критовый саппорт-сет. Во всех остальных случаях не усложняй себе жизнь и просто собери ее в хп. По ходу ротации на такой Шеврёз не забываем, что нам нужно сдать ульту, а затем сделать 3 заряженные ешки, чтобы все это было не зря. Вот, в общем-то, и все, что связано с самой Шеврёз, с тем, как она работает и как собирается. Список отрядов Шеврёз никак не зависит от выбранного тобой пути. Даже если она будет дамажить, это лишь вспомогательный урон и не более. Переходим к пачкам, это самое интересное, как по мне. Но перед этим я попрошу тебя подписаться на этот канал, если ты здесь впервые или давно смотришь без подписки. Это не займет много времени, но сильно мне поможет. Вообще, отряда образования Шеврёз более чем полно объясняется одной картинкой. Наш отряд должен состоять лишь из этих элементов. Шеврёз сама пира, а значит один электро нужен в любом случае, а 2 других слота могут быть любыми из этих стихий. Не знаю, верно ли я все это дело прокомбинировал, но учитывая заданные условия и количество персонажей этих стихий, у нас есть 4204 комбинации отрядов, в которых это будет работать. Вот это я понимаю универсальный персонаж. Но кроме шуток, очевидно, что далеко не все из них будут хорошими. Вот основные правила хорошего отряда Шеврёз. Нам нужно хорошо сочетать как урон на поле, так и урон из кармана. А также есть вариант подкрепить все это сильными саппортами. Таким образом, на 3 свободные слота в команде Шеврёз у нас есть следующие варианты. Дамагеры: Йоэмия, Орликина, Делюк, Кли, Лини, Мавуика, Хутао, Камин и Яньфэй. Это пиростихия. Каждый из них может играть Шеврёз, но для кого-то это будет хороший отряд, а для кого-то не очень. Вообще, каждый из этих персонажей имеет отряды и вне Шеврёз концепций, и при этом может играть и с ней. Вареса, Кларинда, Кицин, Райден, Сайна, Йеймика, Лиза и Сетос — это дамагеры Электро. Из этого списка можем смело вычеркивать Сайна и Сетоса, оба заметно лучше в стимулах, и им крайне неудобно играть перегрузки. Там именно что сложно собрать рабочий отряд. Короче, да, основных дамагеров довольно много, но в хорошем отряде Шеврёс он будет только один, так как ему нужно будет занимать много времени на поле боя. Нам также обязательно нужен противоположный нашему дамагеру урон из кармана. Пассивка Шеврёс работает лишь 6 секунд, и чтобы ее поддерживать, нам нужны постоянные перегрузки. Если пиро-дамагер на поле, нам нужен электро из кармана. Если электродамагер на поле, пиро из кармана. Дехия, Саб-ДД Мавуика, Сянлин, Тома, Пиро ГГ — это пиро-персонажи, способные дать стабильное пиро, не будучи на поле боя. Ешка Райден, Тотемы Яэ, Бейдоу, Орурон, Куки, Фишель — наши источники электро из кармана. В качестве полезных саппортов разных стихий у нас выступают для пиро-стихии Беннет, Тома, Пиро ГГ, и Ансан, Сара и Куки для электростихии. Вот так и получается, что дамагеров для игры Шеврёс довольно много, но мы же не станем пихать их всех в один отряд. А вот небольшое количество электро- и пироаппликаторов, а также саппортов этих стихий будут нас ограничивать. Впрочем, играбельных отрядов все еще довольно много. А теперь пойдем по персоналиям. Попробуем каждому дамагеру этой стихии подобрать хороший отряд Шеврёс, а также оценим его в сравнении с прочими концепциями. Для начала пиро-дамагеры. Йоэмия Шеврёс имеет больше всего смысла с фишкой. Обе лучницы дамажат в одну цель, получая приятные бонусы. Правило урон на поле и урон в кармане разных стихий соблюдается, перегрузки будут постоянно. В качестве последнего слота хорошо встает Беннет, Янсан или C6 Тома. Но Шеврёс в первую очередь разгоняет дамагера, а у самой Йомы не то чтобы много урона. Как правило, с ней будет эффективнее играть Дабл Гидра ради более высокого урона из кармана от более сильных персонажей, таких как Елань или Фурина. Арлекина. В качестве электро из кармана можем рассматривать любого электро из соответствующего списка, но приоритетом вновь выделю Фишель. И вновь дополняем пачку саппортом в лице Беннета, Янсан или Томы. Также у Арлекина есть опция играть Беннета, Янсан и Шеврёс вместе. Тут нет электро из кармана, но мы можем накидывать его, переключаясь на Янсан спустя 6 секунд ротации. Это будет иметь смысл, если не забывать это делать. Если же тебе хочется более комфортного затыкивания, Фишель твой лучший друг. Арлекина один из сильнейших представителей отрядов Шеврёс. Высокий личный урон под не менее высокими бафами Шеврёс становится прям-таки неприличным. Но у Арлекина существуют и другие отряды, например, с таянием, которые не уступают перегрузкам, а с кастовыми легами даже их превосходят. Если же мы берем C6 Шеврёс, C6 Беннета и C6 Фишель, будет ничем не хуже отряда с C0 Сетлали и C0 Шелонен. К тому же тут только эпики. Ну а что из этого дешевле? Вопрос, конечно, скоро. Дилюк. Может, но не надо. Кроме как в отрядах с цаплей, Дилюк вряд ли может претендовать на положение своего имени и слова «эффективно» в одном предложении. Либо с цаплей, либо никак, иначе будет слишком дорого на тот выхлоп, который он дает. Дехия. Ну, на C6 Дехия можно попробовать. Я так на турнире играл когда-то, даже выигрывал матчи. Без C6 не стоит даже пробовать играть ДД Дехию с Шеврёс. Урона слишком мало. Но мы все еще можем ее использовать как пиро из кармана, но там у нее слишком много альтернатив получше. Кли. Она сама по себе персонаж проблемный. Играть Шеврёс можно, как и в прожарках, так и в вейпе с 2 гидро. И везде будет плюс-минус одинаково. Одинаково неудобно и одинаково маловато дэмэджа. Но это скорее общая проблема персонажа, чем ее синергия с Шеврёс. Лини. На удивление, отряды с C6 Шеврёс показывают больше урона, чем привычная в его случае прожарка с Беннетом и Сянкой. Тут главное найти электро из кармана, а это снова фишка, как правило. Правда, здесь уже неплохо смотрится Яя из-за того, что фишка просто плохо работает с линией. Можно попробовать Сан-Сан, точно так же, как и с Арлекина, но придется свапаться каждые 6 секунд. Аппрув пачка проходит, отряд более чем рабочий. Но может быть неудобно из-за отсутствия крепкого щита по типу деда, но урона будет больше, чем с ним. Лучше только вейпы с Фуриной. Мавуика. Обратная ситуация Кли. Если той тяжело в любом отряде сейчас, это, напротив, раздает в любом подходящем. Отряды Шеврёс для нее не исключение. Ставим любое электро из кармана, ставим саппорта а-ля Беннет или Янсан. В ее случае лучше Янсан. Мейлд пачки все равно будут сильнее. Но и в отрядах Шеврёс она дает много урона. Хутао. Тут скорее не надо, но попробовать можно. Если пробовать, то только с C6 Шеврёс и C6 фишкой, иначе можно ощутить нехватку урона в отряде в сумме. Хутао все же больше дамажит за счет реакции пар, не зря же ей ICD на холде убирали. Отряд рабочий, но точно хуже, чем классические вейпы или планш-отряды с цаплей. Камин. Можно, но не нужно. Мелт-отряды на голову сильнее. Яньфэй. Смотри раздел с Кли. Рассмотрим электродамагеров. Вареса. Отряды Шеврёс – ее лучшие отряды, особенно если Шеврёс C6. Тут по базе. Урон из кармана, на этот раз Пира, и лучше всех Мавуика, далее по нисходящей. Сянка, Пира ГГ, Тома, Дехья. В качестве саппортов лучше всех и Ансан, впрочем, может встать и Беннет. Ставить обоих не рекомендуется. Пира из кармана от Беннета или Шеврёс мы не дождемся, а у Варесы довольно длинная ротация. Кларинда. Тут можно пожертвовать пиродамагером из кармана, потому как у Кларинды более короткие ротации, да и Фишель мы терять не хотим. Однако есть варианты отрядов с Мувикой или Сянкой вместе с Фишель, и мы просто откажемся от саппорта. А если все-таки мы хотим играть Кларинда, Шеврёс, Фишель, то можно вспомнить и про C6 Тому, который и обычки забафает, и от поляны отвяжет, и пиростатуса навалит, и еще и щит даст. Отряды с C6 Шеврёс для Кларинды будут лучшими вплоть до приобретения C2 на хиты. Кицин. Можно, но лучше не надо. Любой Шеврёс отряд с ней уступает классической стимуляции, но зато она не страдает от отсутствия пира из кармана и может ограничиться одним лишь Беннетом из-за своих коротких ротаций. Райден. С ней все очень просто. У Райден изначально имеется хорошая синергия с Сянкой, потому как она может заливать ей энергию, тем самым ей нужно меньше восстановы, и мы можем собрать ей больше урона. В итоге наш электро на поле это Райден, а пира из кармана это Сянка. Ставим туда Беннета под них обеих и кайфуем. Можно заменить на Янсан, но Беннет будет лучше. Отряд хороший, а для C2 плюс Райден так и вовсе самый сильный по урону. Сайна. Его длинная стойка не сочетается ни с одним пиродамагером из кармана. Также мы не сможем туда комфортно поставить Фишель, а без Фишель у Сайна проблемы как с ультой, так и с уроном команды. Короче, просто не надо играть Сайна с Шеврёс. Я и Мика в качестве мейн ДД, как и с любым другим дамагером электро. Но я бы отметил, что сама Яя плохо работает в позиции мейн ДД. Гораздо лучше она раскрывается в револьверных отрядах, где мы можем выделить ей буквально 4 секунды на поле боя и пойти дальше. Но о таких пачках поговорим попозже. Лиза аналогично. Ее ульта из кармана работает, а на поле боя Лиза дамажит не очень много. Работать, конечно, будет, но это слишком дорого. Ну, кстати, надо добавить Лизу туда, в раздел с саб-дамагерами электро, но она все еще будет почти всегда хуже, чем Фишель, Яя, Бейдул. Переписывать это я уже не буду, давайте посчитаем, что я ее там назвал, хорошо? Что ж, думаю, я смог привести примеры пачек для каждого дамагера в концепции Шеврёс отрядов. Но надо выделить еще один, не менее важный способ формирования команды. Отряды Шеврёс без мейн ДД. Здесь мы, как правило, имеем Шеврёс, двух карманных ДД разных стихий и одного общего саппорта под них. Например, Шеврёс, Фишель, Сянка, Беннет. Это очень хорошая синергия. У нас есть оба статуса, Беннет бафает как фишку, так и Сянку. Также у нас нет необходимости долго стоять на поле боя за кого-то одного, поэтому мы можем постоянно использовать навык Беннета, качая Сянке энергию, собирая ей меньше восстановы и больше урона. Также здесь может быть Яе, Бейдоу, Лиза, Мавуика в качестве саб-ДД, Пира ГГ, Дехья, ну то есть простор для фантазии имеется. Ну и вот такой отряд с керри Беннетом можете попробовать. Вчера проходил им бездну, было прикольно. Ну вот, как-то так. У нас есть более чем 3 десятка персонажей пира и электростихии, но хорошо синергирует Шеврёс, из них, конечно, поменьше. Из 4000 комбинаций мы можем выделить пару десятков хороших отрядов, но пара десятков хороших отрядов это на самом деле немало. Основами пира или электродамагерами их может стать еще больше, как это недавно произошло с Варесой, да и релиз Янсан добавил некой универсальности в эти пачки. Шеврёс это S-тир эпик, открывающий целую концепцию отрядов за счет того, что дает просто конские бонусы. Обладает очень желанным C6, но может работать и без него. Вообще, если убрать C6 за скобки, то мы получим очень дешевую боевую единицу, которая одним своим присутствием делает отряды сильнее. И это делает ее очень эффективной. Ради ее конст можно крутить текущий баннер, но будь осторожнее, так как эпики все-таки не обладают стопроцентным гарантом. Надеюсь, в этом ролике я смог ответить на все вопросы, которые у тебя возникали касательно Шеврёс. Ну а если нет, пиши в комментарии. Также напомню тебе про подписку на канал, возможность поставить лайк на ролик и отправить его друзьям. В Телеграме постоянные розыгрыши лун, а на Твиче ее можно забрать бесплатно за баллы канала. Я желаю тебе больших чисел, еще услышимся.
In 2023, there was a Twitter post that feels almost prophetic. 2023 will be the last time we ever got to experience a semantically lossless internet. From now on, we face a creeping tide of machine hallucinations, collapsing all human knowledge toward common patterns like a gradually oncoming digital Mandela effect. And now it's the end of 2024 as I'm writing this, and that time is over. It's the end of the year where the old internet that I knew and loved officially died, replaced by a dead, artificial and hollow version of its previous self. This isn't all new. In fact, this has been a talking point and growing concern for quite some time. The general concept, starting out on forums like 4chan, quickly grew into a well-put suspicion and later realization all across the web that a lot of what we see online isn't organic or even real. The theory supposed that bots generate most online interactions, from social media posts to comment sections to even the people that we may be replying to or replying to us, with the most striking realization being, as bots infest more and more of the internet and potentially overtake real users in numbers, people no longer shape the direction of the internet, it's the algorithm and the bots. Over time it became obvious that the dead internet theory was not just a theory, it was an accurate prediction and is now a lived reality. That almost seems so obvious and visible, it's now utterly non-contentious. We are in year one of the truly dead internet. It is not uncommon to see posts fully AI where people will pass it off as if it isn't, to see full profiles filled with pictures, memories, ideas that are completely fake or borrowed, entire comment sections of bots replying to one another. Sure, in the 2010s there were scammer bots trying to get you to click a link, but it was almost always an automated message in your spam folder, and was the social media equivalent to a scammer calling saying a wealthy Nigerian prince needs to transfer some money. If you had any knowledge on conning, you could just see it for what it was. This is different. The worst development so far on a personal level is the sinking feeling when you can't tell whether something is AI, which has already begun to happen, questioning whether real people are fake, fake people are real, questioning your own judgment. And this isn't cherry-picked examples, it's cropping up everywhere. Yes, its amount depends on the website, Twitter is definitely the worst so far, but everywhere is getting infected with this. It's not just site-specific, or even medium-specific. Music, commercials, gaming, movies, it's being normalized everywhere. I already envy when I didn't have to squint at almost every picture I see to check for any detail that looks out of place. Not to mention on YouTube, while the problem is better aesthetically apart from thumbnails, AI has managed to seep into it in a unique way. Maybe when you're watching a video, it's a real person speaking, but their script is AI. Maybe it's a real person, but they're using an AI filter. Maybe it's a real script, but a fake voice. It's less obvious, but in so many YouTube videos, there are elements and traces of AI in it, that over time as a user, builds to this general feeling of hollow detachment. And usually you could go to the comment section or replies, but again, it's a dead internet. Not a majority by any means, but so many posts and videos have comment sections that have no real human personality or human insight to them. They're either generic things that don't apply to anything specific to the video that could apply to literally anything, or some throwaway catchphrase or meme of the week. It's not that they're all bots, it's that the interactions have become indistinguishable from the bots. YouTube also got rid of dislikes, so that inherent visual indication of whether something or someone is reputable is gone. Sure, there is plugins to put it back, but while nice, they're almost always inaccurate. Overall, since around 2022 as a user, there has been this massive dissonance I felt from the entire site. When I was younger, I was pissed off about internet history and the fact that there wasn't ever an easy to follow timeline for all of this. The fact that the most important changes never really got highlighted. Over the past year, seeing humanity's greatest tool, communication, being usurped by one of its own creations, and the commentary being so lacking in depth, and the implications for what this means for our future being whisked away as topic summarizations or surface level analysis, I wish I was surprised, but I'm not. Commentary has always and continues to be mostly about random internet personalities fucking up or doing something silly, or more recently niche microtrends or observations. And I'm not saying that doesn't have a place, but I feel the depth of commentary really hasn't matured, along with the internet becoming more important in our daily lives than ever. The editing has gotten really good, but I genuinely believe the writing has mostly gotten way worse. People just add dramatic music while recapping bullet points they saw off Wikipedia or Twitter, and treating every situation or topic like a police report, devoid of personality, charm, or memorabilia. I'd call it intellectual white noise, but at least white noise has a purpose and use. I would bet money that most of the viewers watching the video as they're making a sandwich or cleaning or something similar have 10 times more depth in their thoughts than the creators of these types of videos, because they're actually thinking about the information and the implications of it, rather than simply summarizing summarizing and rushing to summarize like most of these videos are. And the sad reality is that people really should think of the deeper implications of all these small changes and start keeping a timeline every year of the overarching, broad, massive changes. The small algorithmic shifts, the way people are talking, and the landscape. If they did keep this timeline, they'd realize, quite frankly, the reason sites like YouTube feel so hollow isn't just because of AI, it's because most of the creators speak in a hollow way. It's in their language. I've talked about it before, but similarly to how there was a trend to stop swearing from 2017 to 2020, 2020 to now has been replacing language as well as avoiding it. AI infecting these sites wouldn't feel so bad if the real users and creators felt just as human as they did previously, but because they're sterilizing their language and limiting their expression purposely for the most outreach, they don't feel so different from the AI chatbots that are lacking in emotive qualities. This timeline reflects the sort of change in identity that creators had from the 2010s to now. We went from YouTuber to influencer to content creator. These are distinct eras with distinct features, and this shift happened in about 10 years. YouTubers were the most relatable, and well, to put it simply, they just made videos and people liked them. Sometimes they would try and branch out and try bigger things, but mostly it was just to showcase something of theirs, be it their life or creations. Mostly the initiative, motivation, and drive was just to make something cool, funny, or interesting while expressing yourself in an authentic way. Money wasn't even there at the start, it was just creation for creation's sake. Influencers utilize the connection viewers have with them to build a brand and support brands. They dropped the moniker of YouTuber because they utilized multiple social media apps. Influencers often work directly with brands to market products, driving the rise of influencer marketing, which is now one of the most popular forms of advertising in the youth demographic. Influencers often built their persona around a lifestyle or aesthetic. They became aspirational figures, showcasing ideal lives for their audiences to emulate. Still, although it was more corporate, the focus was on the creator. Content creators make their video for the algorithm rather than their audience, or in some cases even themselves. Take TikTok shorts and reels for example. You can watch 200 shorts or TikToks in a row and you likely won't remember the people you just watched, and in a lot of cases you won't even remember the videos or the person either. It's just about engagement rather than impact. The people don't really leave an impact, and the videos don't try to either. Take the trend of visiting like 100 different restaurants, or we tried every X, or we tried every Y. We tried a $1 house, and then we tried a $1 million house. Why would you do that? Why would anyone do that? Well, you wouldn't. Who wakes up and is like, I'm going to travel the country and visit every one of these restaurants. I'm going to see what a $1 ice cream is like, and then I'm going to see what a $1,000 ice cream is like. You don't. You just know it's something people would find mildly interesting, so you make it for that interest. You make videos for audience interest, and rather than users liking the creator, the algorithm likes the creator because the creator accommodates it by catering to said interest. MatPat actually talked about this before he retired.
YouTube is an active watch experience. Viewers are constantly choosing what to watch. To be honest, it's actually a lot of work on you guys. Now compare that to TikTok. What do you do on TikTok? You open the app. That's it. For the vast majority of people, the activity actually stops there. The most you gotta do from that point is a little thumb flick when you want to move on to the next video. A video that the TikTok algorithm has pre-selected for you. This is a passive watch experience.
Why def? No, it's not all artifacts, really.
Всем привет, с вами Ирина Якутенко. И сегодня мы поговорим о еде. Точнее, о той еде, которую так многие из нас очень любят и частенько позволяют себе, но которую, кажется, позволять себе нельзя практически никогда. В современном мире, как минимум в развитых странах, а на самом деле и в развивающихся, одна из самых остро стоящих проблем – это проблема ожирения. Сложно придумать место, оказавшись в котором вы не столкнулись бы со сладкой и жирной едой, которая при этом гораздо дешевле чего-нибудь зожного. И вкуснее, подумали сейчас многие из тех, кто уже пал жертвой сладкого и жирного и очень-очень все это любит. Огромное количество людей сегодня пытаются похудеть, и параллельно мы видим эволюцию диет. От строго ограничительных, вроде едим только гречку и зеленые яблоки, которые были популярны несколько десятилетий назад, до, как сейчас принято говорить, осознанных диет или систем питания с любовью к себе, которые постулируют, что не нужно отказываться от любимых вкусняшек и можно их позволять себе, по возможности, по чуть-чуть. Если про, так сказать, древние жесткие диеты мы уже знаем, что они вредны и в долгосрочной перспективе не работают, то второй подход выглядит вроде как разумным. И сегодня я хочу рассказать об одном интересном исследовании, опубликованном в свежем номере журнала Cell Metabolism, которое показывает, что, увы, ключевое слово в предыдущем предложении «выглядят». Авторы новой работы показали, что даже очень небольшие количества вредных вкусняшек в день, которые при этом не сказываются на весе, тем не менее меняют работу нашего мозга, делая нас более чувствительными к вредному. То есть, иначе говоря, заставляют нас больше любить вредное и сильнее хотеть его, что, разумеется, увеличивает вероятность срыва даже при в целом здоровом питании, а значит увеличивает вероятность набора веса в средней и долгосрочной перспективе. Но прежде чем мы подробно обсудим эту работу, хочу традиционно призвать вас поставить лайк этому видео, если оно, конечно, вам нравится, поставить лайки другим моим видео, если они, опять же, вам понравились, подписываться на мой канал, чтобы не пропускать выход новых роликов, и подписаться на меня на платформах Patreon и Boosty. На Патреоне можно донатить в евро, на Boosty в рублях, и сейчас вы видите на экране список самых щедрых моих патронов. Большое вам спасибо. У меня не зависит. Так, обратимся к работе. Сразу оговорюсь, что это небольшое исследование, то есть в нем задействовано относительно немного добровольцев. Но тут же оговорюсь еще раз, это является проблемой, но не настолько уж огромной, потому что раньше подобные результаты уже получали. Главным образом на животных, но и в некоторых менее подробных исследованиях на людях. Здесь же авторы не только работали с людьми, что всегда плюс, потому что с животных транслировать результаты на людей не всегда можно, точнее нужно очень аккуратно. Кроме того, авторы очень тщательно фиксировали, какие именно процессы происходят у людей в мозгу. Еще одна ценность нового исследования заключается в том, что ученые работали со здоровыми добровольцами без лишнего веса. Это важно, так как большинство работ, посвященных изучению того, как вредная еда влияет на работу нашего мозга и влияет на наше поведение, проводят с людьми, у которых есть значительный лишний вес, а часто еще и ожирение. То есть результаты подобных работ, строго говоря, отражают особенности работы мозга у людей, у которых уже есть проблемы, причем довольно серьезные, с весом. И хотя в некоторых странах, например, в Соединенных Штатах Америки, такие люди составляют большинство населения, тем не менее интересно выяснить, как же взаимодействует с вредной едой мозг людей с нормальным индексом массы тела, с нормальным весом, грубо говоря. Это поможет нам лучше понять причины, по которым мы так легко набираем вес. Итак, что делали ученые? Они отобрали 49 здоровых добровольцев без лишнего веса, разделили их на две почти равные группы и обязали каждый день в течение 8 недель съедать в дополнение к обычному меню по 2 маленьких йогурта. Первой группе выдавали йогурты, содержащие много сахара и жира, а второй такие же по калорийности йогурты, но содержащие меньше сахара и почти не содержащие жира. Калории в этих йогуртах набирались за счет белка. Всего в каждом йогурте было по 78 килокалорий. В начале эксперимента, то есть до того, как начать выдавать йогурты, авторы давали участникам пудинги и сок с различным содержанием жира, в пудинге, и сахара в соке, и оценивали, как сильно добровольцам в обеих группах нравилось сладкое и жирное в разных концентрациях, и как сильно они хотели это сладкое и жирное съесть. Это два разных процесса, когда нам что-то нравится и когда мы что-то хотим. Также ученые оценивали, как мозг участников реагирует на такую еду, а именно, как сильно активируются области, отвечающие за ожидание удовольствия. Именно эти области являются ключевыми, когда мы говорим о проблемах с вредной едой, а также о любых проблемах, связанных, например, с прокрастинацией. То есть не те области, которые отвечают за само ощущение удовольствия, а те области, которые отвечают за ощущение предвкушения удовольствия. Именно они и являются проблемой. Спустя 8 недель ученые повторили измерения и обнаружили, что ежедневное поедание 2 маленьких и относительно низкокалорийных, но сладких и жирных йогурта заметно снизило желание добровольцев есть нечто обезжиренное. Также испытуемым гораздо меньше, чем до начала эксперимента, тем испытуемым, которые ели сладкие и жирные йогурты, нравился, собственно, вкус обезжиренного пудинга. То есть всего за 8 недель сладкая и жирная еда, пусть и в очень небольших количествах, повлияла на оба процесса, о которых мы говорили выше, на желание есть что-то вредное и на то, насколько нам это вредное нравится. Что самое интересное, после 8 недель регулярного поглощения сладких и жирных йогуртов у испытуемых стали заметно сильнее активироваться зоны мозга, отвечающие за ощущение предвкушения вкусной еды. То есть, когда добровольцам говорили, что сейчас им дадут сладкий, жирный, молочный коктейль, желание его выпить было больше у тех, кто 8 недель регулярно съедал сладкие и жирные йогурты, а не у тех, кто съедал йогурты с той же калорийностью, но не содержащие сахара и жира. То есть добровольцы из второй группы хотели выпить сладкий и жирный коктейль так же сильно, как они хотели это сделать до начала эксперимента. Прежде чем мы двинемся дальше, совсем немного теорий. Говоря об ожирении, ученые обычно выделяют 2 вида – моногенное и полигенное. Моногенное – это ожирение, которое определяется какой-то одной конкретной мутацией, скажем, той, которая заставляет наше тело усиленно откладывать жир. Или бывают мутации, которые заставляют людей постоянно ощущать себя голодными, хотя на самом деле физиологического голода у них нет. Такие случаи бывают, но они составляют очень маленький процент от всех случаев ожирения. Но основную часть людей с ожирением составляют люди, у которых нет таких вот характерных мутаций. Что происходит с этими людьми, откуда у них набирается лишний вес? Ученые полагают, что дело в маленьком влиянии множества генов. У всех из нас, у каждого из нас на наши взаимоотношения с едой влияет множество генов. И бывают более удачные варианты этих генов, бывают менее удачные варианты этих генов, но каждый из них в отдельности не играет какой-то значительной роли. Однако у некоторых людей в силу генетической лотереи получается так, что в их генах оказывается много не совсем удачных вариантов. И такие люди оказываются в группе риска. Обычно основная группа риска, основные причины, которые приводят к ожирениям, кроются не в физиологии тела, так скажем, а в работе мозга. Эти люди получают повышенное удовольствие от еды, и сигналы предвкушения вкусной еды пересиливают так называемые гомеостатические сигналы, то есть реальное чувство голода, и также пересиливают когнитивный контроль. То есть такой человек, даже не будучи голодным, если он видит какую-то еду, которая ему очень нравится, он настолько сильно хочет ее съесть, что он игнорирует тот факт, что он, совершенно не голодный, а, то, что его мозг пытается сопротивляться и говорит ему нет, не надо. Такие люди находятся в группе риска набрать вес, потому что, хотя у них нет каких-то критических изменений в метаболизме, но вот такая особенность работы их мозга делает их уязвимыми к набору веса от вредной еды. Более того, чем больше человек набирает вес, тем больше вероятность, что он и дальше будет набирать вес. Потому что процессы, которые происходят в его теле и в его мозгу по мере того, как он становится все больше и больше, влияют на те самые системы вознаграждения в мозгу, еще больше усиливая вот это рисковое поведение, то есть желание есть вредную еду и невозможность сопротивляться и контролировать это желание. Новые результаты предлагают еще один возможный механизм. Точнее, они предлагают механизм, который может расширять наше представление о том, как случается ожирение, что приводит к набору веса. А именно, что диета с высоким содержанием жира и сахара или даже с невысоким содержанием, но с регулярным поступлением жира и сахара даже в виде небольших порций способствует повышению рисков набора веса еще до того, как мы начали толстеть, и при отсутствии врожденных особенностей. То есть даже люди, у которых гены, определяющие их взаимоотношения с едой, оказались удачными, так скажем, могут начать набирать вес, если регулярно будут съедать даже небольшие количества жирного и сладкого, потому что это запускает определенные процессы в их мозгу, которые изменяют их предпочтения. То есть даже люди, люди, у которых изначально не было склонности к набору веса, если регулярно едят что жирное и сладкое, им начинает меньше нравиться низкокалорийная, нежирная еда, а больше нравится высококалорийная еда. Кроме того, их система вознаграждения в мозгу становится более чувствительной к пищевым сигналам. Как я уже говорила, ранее похожие результаты были получены в работах на животных. Результаты, которые указывают, что диета, богатая жиром и сахаром, изменяет наши физиологические процессы, делая нас более чувствительными к жирному и к сладкому. Новизна этой работы, повторюсь, в том, что здесь показано, что даже совсем небольшие количества жирного и сладкого способны приводить к таким же процессам. Из опытов на крысах мы немного понимаем, какие именно механизмы задействованы в этих процессах. Обычно, когда мы едим что-то жирное, клетки пищеварительного тракта ощущают, что жирное начало поступать, и посылают сигнал по блуждающему нерву, который идет прямо в мозг и сообщает ему о том, что началось поступление жирной пищи, которая в эволюции всегда считалась очень хорошей и правильной, потому что в жире много калорий. Мозг соответствующим образом меняет настройки дофаминергической системы, которая связана с нашим ощущением предвкушения удовольствия, побуждая нас съесть больше этой хорошей и правильной с точки зрения мозга жирной пищи. Но когда мышей долго держали на высокожирной диете, у них точно так же, как и у наркоманов, которые употребляют наркотики, падала чувствительность к жировым стимулам. И еда с небольшим содержанием жира уже не провоцировала запуск вот всех этих цепочек передачи сигнала по блуждающему нерву в мозг. То есть удовольствие и желание съесть еще такой еды не запускалось. Кроме того, на крысах показано, что уже через 24 часа пребывания на высокожировой диете у них начинает изменяться работа дугообразного ядра гипоталамуса, которая в ответ на достаточное поступление калорий посылает сигналы, стимулирующие нас прекращать есть и прекращать хотеть еще еды. После перехода на жирную пищу для того, чтобы такой сигнал запускался, начала срабатывать только жирная пища. Самое неприятное, что после того, как мышей с жировой диеты снимали и какое-то довольно длительное время держали на нормальной диете, когда им снова давали возможность есть жирное, у крыс случалось запойное переедание, так как дугообразное ядро гипоталамуса, которое останавливает желание есть, не срабатывало даже тогда, когда крысы получали достаточно калорий и уже физиологически не хотели есть. То есть жирная диета угнетает работу дугообразного ядра гипоталамуса, которое контролирует наш позыв съесть еще, даже если вы долго воздерживались от жира. Еще одна неприятная новость заключается в том, что такой измененный ответ на еду формировался даже у крысят на грудном вскармливании, которые сами не ели жирную пищу, но их матери, которые кормили их молоком, находились на высокожировой диете. То есть такие крысята оказываются в зоне риска переедания уже сразу с самого детства, хотя они ничего плохого, так сказать, не сделали, но их матери, которые кормят их молоком, придерживались нездоровой высокожировой диеты. В этой работе ученых интересовал прицельно в основном жир, но ранее похожие результаты были получены в исследованиях, в которых авторы интересовались сахаром, а именно исследованием того, как регулярное употребление подслащенных сахаром напитков влияет на наши взаимоотношения с ними. Подслащенные напитки — это, понятно, любая сладкая газировка, а также все соки, неважно, пакетированные или свежевыжатые. Это такой популярный миф, что свежевыжатый сок — это очень здоровая еда, питье нет, это не так, там очень много сахара. И вот ученые показали, что регулярное употребление таких напитков изменяет работу нашего мозга, увеличивая, с одной стороны, активность дофаминовой системы, то есть мы больше хотим этих напитков, чем больше мы их пьем, и влияет также на кору, то есть у нас ослабляется контроль, который останавливает нас, когда мы тянемся за очередным стаканчиком Кока-Колы. Подытоживая, новая работа предполагает, что частое воздействие даже небольших количеств сладкой и жирной пищи, то самое разумное потребление вкусняшек может изменить физиологию работы мозга, создавая риски для людей, которые не сидят на диетах. Диета сама по себе — это всегда отдельный риск, но поддерживают стабильный вес, так как в принципе питаются более или менее здорово. Даже небольшие количества такой сладкой и жирной еды, по-видимому, делают здоровую еду менее привлекательной для нас и одновременно увеличивают наше вознаграждение в мозговой системе, вознаграждение вознаграждения в ответ на вредную еду и усиливают дофаминовый зуд от ее предвкушения. Отвечая на частый вопрос, а как такая гадость могла сохраниться в эволюции, можно предположить, что, как и со многими другими процессами, исходно такая реакция была вполне себе адаптивной. Сладкой и жирной еды на протяжении большей части истории живых существ было мало. Она была абсолютным благом, и чтобы наши предки ее не пролопушили, в ответ на встречу с такой едой мозг выдавал много эндорфинов и увеличивал выброс дофамина, который заставляет нас хотеть чего-то, в данном случае этой самой еды. В следующий раз при встрече со сладким и жирным наши предки с большей вероятностью это хватали и поедали, таким образом увеличивая свои шансы на выживание, потому что в такой еде много калорий. Тот факт, что повстречав такую еду и потом долго-долго не находя ее, наши предки страдали, был совершенно неважен. Во-первых, наши страдания эволюцию в принципе не волнуют, если мы при этом размножаемся, и наши потомки тоже оставляют потомков. А во-вторых, в прошлом было так мало не то что вкусной и жирной еды, а в принципе еды, что даже что-нибудь не очень сладкое и не очень жирное тоже воспринималось как подарок. Сегодня мы живем в царстве фастфуда, и диетологам будущего, а вообще говоря уже и настоящего, необходимо учитывать эту особенность работы нашего мозга при создании более эффективных методов, которые позволят людям не набирать вес или сбрасывать его. От жестких рестриктивных диет мы уже отказались. И, кажется, на очереди осознанное потребление вкусняшек. Такая стратегия звучит как разумная с психологической точки зрения, но, кажется, наша физиология помешает ей быть эффективной, так как регулярное потребление сладкого и жирного усиливает наше желание есть сладкое и жирное, даже если мы едим этого сладкого и жирного совсем немного. И второй момент, такое маленькое потребление вредной еды делает здоровую еду для нас менее привлекательной. Но чтобы не завершать ролик на грустной ноте, скажу, что недавно у нас, кажется, появилось средство, которое напрямую вмешивается именно что в человеческую физиологию. Исходно оно разрабатывалось для людей с диабетом и ожирением, но сейчас его очень активно применяют селебритис и прочие состоятельные граждане, у которых пока еще нет ожирения и диабета, но уже есть лишний вес, и они хотят от него избавиться. И у них это получается. В следующем ролике, в одном из следующих роликов, мы обсудим эти волшебные препараты, их реальные возможности и потенциальные риски. А этот ролик на этом я заканчиваю. Прощаюсь с вами. Желаю вам всем хорошего дня. Призываю еще раз подписываться на мой канал, на меня на платформах Patreon и Boosty. Я же со своей стороны продолжу рассказывать вам о вещах, связанных с наукой, потому что, как мы видим, они бывают очень и очень важными для нас, нашего здоровья, нашей жизни, нашего благополучия. И кроме того, часто это просто очень интересно. На этом точно все. Всем хорошего дня. Пока.
This, but not like that. Okay. White supporting cast. Not any one of you. Lord Radish. Oh, Hightown. Z. Я обойжу Shore. Or maybe Kinich. Or maybe Varys. Let's go like this. Rhyme grass origin. What does this do? When our opponents are hit, a cry or dander attacks, they will enter frostbiter thermal state. Then opponent they will take increased cry. Wow. Nice. More. Let's go more. Okay, confirm selection. Every 2 seconds. Every 1 second and 1.5 the times. So 3 times the damage of this. Let's try this one. Okay, so companions. What do I have currently? Cryo. Someone who is cryo. Let's go for Stley.
I'm never late.
I just realized something. Escaffier is probably gonna... he's not gonna work great. No, brilliant, blessing face and cursed. Okay. Well, I can't do the last one. Let's see. Mm-hmm. 80 seconds. I don't like this one. So I'm gonna do this one.
Всем привет! С вами Ирина Якутенко. Я биолог и научный журналист. У себя на канале я рассказываю о самых разных важных для нас явлениях и процессах с научной точки зрения. И нередко оказывается, что такой подход позволяет внести в эти явления и процессы серьезные улучшения. И сегодня мы поговорим о неожиданном способе стать более рациональной и разумной версией себя. Но прежде чем мы начнем, мне придется ненадолго переключиться на английский. Позже вы поймете почему. Imagine that you are standing on a footbridge when you see that a trolley is hurtling down a track towards 5 people. The only way to save these 5 people is to push a heavy man standing next to you off the bridge onto the track in front of the trolley. He will die, but the impact will prevent the trolley from hitting the other 5 people. Should you proceed?
I wouldn't.
Что вы ответили? Сбросите толстого человека с моста, чтобы спасти 5 людей внизу, или не тронете его и гарантированно обречете их на смерть? Что бы вы ни выбрали, знайте, что если вы думали о дилемме вагонетки, а это, разумеется, одна из ее вариаций, так вот, если вы думали о ней по-английски, вы с большей вероятностью выбрали рациональный, а не эмоциональный вариант. То есть вариант пожертвовать жизнью одного для того, чтобы спасти 5. Но только если английский ваш неродной язык. Этот эффект – более утилитарный и рациональный подход, в том числе при решении моральных проблем, при размышлении о них не на вашем родном языке, носит название Foreign Language Effect, то есть эффект иностранного языка. В отличие от многих других психологических эффектов, он проявляется весьма ярко, а опыты, демонстрирующие его наличие, воспроизводятся. И эффект в целом хорошо изучен. Например, влияние языка на выбор в дилемме вагонетки, с которым мы только что с вами столкнулись, около 10 лет назад обнаружил профессор Чикагского университета Боаз Кейсар. Кейсар сам билингв. Он вырос в Израиле, а потом переехал в Штаты. И он работал с двуязычными американцами, которые во взрослом возрасте выучили либо испанский, либо английский. В США, особенно на юге, таких людей много. Кейсар просил участников принимать решения в дилемме вагонетки либо на родном для них языке, либо на том, который они выучили позже в жизни. Результаты их выбора вы видите сейчас на экране. В классической версии дилеммы вагонетки, когда вам нужно перевести стрелку для того, чтобы перенаправить мчащуюся вагонетку с пути, на котором находится 5 человек, на путь, на котором только 1 человек, как вы видите, в такой версии результаты на испанском и английском языках одинаковы. А вот в дилемме моста, она же дилемма толстого человека, которую решали мы видим значительную разницу при использовании разных языков. На родном языке, неважно, английский это или испанский, сбросить толстого человека согласились только 20% участников, а на неродном аж 50%. Когда Кейсар получил эти результаты, он сначала решил, что это какой-то артефакт. Настолько огромной была
The crowd then tried which one physical damage bonuses. Wow. Completely not something that I would even consider doing.
разница. Но повторив вместе с другими учеными эти опыты в других частях США, а также в Европе и в Азии, он убедился, что наблюдаемый эффект, причем очень заметно выраженный, реально существует. Я научный журналист, и моя работа... В экспериментах других ученых было показано, что на неродном языке люди не только принимают иные решения в моральных дилеммах, но еще и менее подвержены различным когнитивным искажениям. Когнитивные искажения – это шорткаты, на которые мозг опирается, чтобы принимать решения, не вовлекая трудоемкую и медленную машину.
Considering how good I speak, often I think in English, I guess I need to study German. Deutsch.
Rise with the sun.
Because otherwise I'm just...
Farewell.
Great. Oh.
Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration.
Menacing. Коп. Так. Угу.
Where do we come from? And where are we going?
Nescafe. Where is she? Nescafe, here she is. Угу. Фарина C1.
All things come to an end, even time itself.
A little amuse-bouche! Ha! That's it. Ha! Yeah. Ha! Ta! Ta!
Things are about to get dicey.
The pinnacle of excellence!
Fearless.
Yeah! Sha! Yeah!
Quietly now.
Time to shine! Off to the breather!
Merciless.
Ja!
Into the void.
Yeah! Yeah!
Here comes the
Shower me
catch.
with praise! Goose on the loose!
Busted. Mine to wield.
Attack defrosting!
Quietly
My
now.
name
Things
echoing
are about to
song!
get
Strike a pinnacle of excellence!
mine to wield. Gotcha.
Let the world come on!
Technique. Game's up. Fun's over.
Goose on the loose!
Watch yourself.
Time to shine! The pinnacle of excellence!
Things are about to get dicey. Busted.
Shower me with
Extinguished. Mine
a
to
little
wield.
amuse-bouche! Goose on the loose! Let the world collide!
Game's up. Fun's over. Gotcha.
Проблема просто в совместном режиме в том, то, что там саппорты, как правило, помогают только ну, типа, самим себе, то есть той пачке, которая уже есть.
No problems.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
Let's light it up! I'm going in!
Neutralize!
Let's light it up!
Russian floral! Boba, get
For the Lord of the Night!
the dead would bleed!
Teamwork is dreamwork! Let's light it up!
Extract!
Let's light it up!
Place.
Off we go!
Nice
I got him cornered!
You're toast! Bow before your king!
I'm going in! Adventure time!
Glory to which none can compare! Especially not when I'm in a bad mood. Measly insect! Reconstitute! A little ambiance!
Let's light it up!
Locked on!
Everybody stand back! Let's light it up!
For the Lord of the
Adventure
Night!
time!
Neutralize!
Let's light it up!
Boba, get them!
I'm going in!
Eat this!
Burn it down! Let engraved names echo! Wrath from the sky!
Papa, get him!
Bring it! Transfixed!
Let the mountain's veins spoil!
Light of the blazing sun! This is where...
Suffer the wrath of East!
Let engraved names echo! Pyroclastic surge! Light it up!
Fulfill our pact!
Bring it! Everlasting
To the echoes of the valley!
Colleen, light of the blazing sun! New strategy. This is where...
Yay! And being carried feels really nice.
Where do we come from? And where are we going?
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind.
GG! Appreciate friend joining me, helping me get one feather. But I need the second feather, and to get the second feather, I need to
All things come to an end.
spend a lot of
even time itself.
resources.
Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration.
Where do we come from? And where are we going?
An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect. Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind.
I probably don't need this one. And this one.
An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect.
Great.
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind. An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect. Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind.
Look, I have five elemental mastery main stats. I don't need those anymore.
An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect.
Oh, it's a dead, probably, and I shot past it. Let's see.
Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration.
Oh, here they are. Not sure about this one, I will leave it as it is, but those two can be used.
An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect. Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration. Hmm?
Okay, flood attack, elemental mastery, I guess. Crit rate. Crit damage.
Hmm?
4. Expand twice. Okay. Well, that's not all too terrible. A bit better on her. Flat HP. Let's go do this.
Думание. Такой способ быстрого решения вопросов был эволюционно обусловлен. В прошлом наши предки всегда жили в условиях недостатка информации. То есть у них, собственно, не было материала для размышления, как и не было у них зон мозга, ответственных за возможность принимать решения. При этом решать что-то было необходимо, и делать это нужно было быстро. Тогда когнитивные искажения работали хорошо. Но сегодня в современном сложном мире они очень часто заставляют нас действовать нелогично. Мы много говорили о когнитивных искажениях на моем канале. Я оставлю в описании ссылку на видео, которое целиком посвящено этому феномену. Иначе говоря, когнитивные искажения – наша встроенная черта. Но оказалось, что когда человек размышляет над некими ситуациями на неродном языке, он меньше подвержен их влиянию. Например, в одном из опытов добровольцам предлагалась так называемая проблема азиатской болезни. Она формулируется так. В Азии вспышка новой опасной болезни, и без лечения от нее погибнет 600 тысяч человек. Хотя после ковида, который убил минимум 16 миллионов, это звучит, конечно, немного наивно, но задачка об азиатской болезни была придумана задолго до 2020 года. Так вот, ученые создали 2 лекарства, но денег и возможностей хватит на применение только одного. Лекарство А гарантированно вылечит 200 тысяч человек. При использовании лекарства Б с вероятностью 33,3% будут вылечены все 600 тысяч, но с вероятностью 66,6% не будет вылечен никто. Какое лекарство вы выберете? В такой формулировке, как я только что произнесла, большинство выбирает первый вариант, то есть лекарство А. Но если сформулировать вопрос об азиатской болезни в форме, ученые придумали 2 лекарства. При применении лекарства А гарантированно умрут 400 тысяч человек. При использовании лекарства Б с вероятностью 33,3% будут вылечены все 600 тысяч, но с вероятностью 66,6% не будет вылечен никто. Какое лекарство вы выберете? При использовании такой формулировки значительная часть отвечающих выберет лекарство Б. Хотя, как вы понимаете, в обеих формулировках речь идет об одних и тех же шансах. Более того, вероятный эффект от обоих лекарств, то, что в теории вероятностей называют expected value или математическое ожидание, так вот, он у этих 2 лекарств одинаков. Разница в выборе ответа определяется когнитивным искажением под названием фрейминг, которое заключается в том, что некая информация, которую нам предъявляют перед тем, как предложить собственную проблему, влияет на наше решение, даже если эта информация вообще не имеет никакого отношения к обсуждаемому вопросу. Например, в одном опыте ученые организовали для студентов закрытый аукцион, где продавали вино, бельгийский шоколад, беспроводные клавиатуру и мышь и красиво изданную книгу. Закрытые в том смысле, что студенты не предлагали ставки открыто, а записывали их на листке бумаги. Перед началом аукциона студентов попросили записать на том же самом листке бумаги 2 последние цифры номера их социального страхования. Якобы для того, чтобы потом ученые могли легче проследить, чьи ставки записаны на чьем листке. На самом деле цифры работали как якорь, дававший студентам точку отсчета. По итогам аукциона выяснилось, что студенты, чей номер соцстрахования заканчивался на большие двухзначные числа, скажем, число 98, готовы были заметно больше платить за все лоты, чем студенты, чей номер социального страхования оканчивался на что-нибудь вроде 14. Очевидно, что номер страховки не имеет никакого отношения к реальной ценности продаваемых предметов. Но так как она в принципе была неочевидна, особенно что касалось некоторых лотов, типа дорогого и дешевого вина, студентам надо было на что-то ориентироваться. И их мозг зацепился за те цифры, которые были записаны у участников перед глазами. Это и называется фреймингом. Теперь вернемся к задачке об азиатской болезни и эффекту, который оказывает на ее решение язык, который мы используем. В зависимости от того, в какой форме задан вопрос, в форме ожидаемой пользы или ожидаемых потерь, люди чаще выбирают лекарство А или лекарство Б, хотя их эффективность от постановки вопроса не меняется. Напомню, она одинакова у обоих этих лекарств. В экспериментах с людьми, которые говорили на 2 языках,
If you have time, let us find a place with a pleasant view, where we can admire the scenery, converse, slow down our pace, and simply enjoy being alive.
было показано, что если задачу и вопрос формулируют на неродном для человека языке, эффект фрейминга пропадает или почти пропадает. Участники примерно с равной частотой начинают выбирать лекарство А или лекарство Б, независимо от формулировки условия. Использование неродного языка значительно ослабляет проявление еще одного распространенного когнитивного искажения – loss aversion, он же страх потери. Мы страшно не любим расставаться с чем-то, настолько, что соглашаемся на невыгодные сделки, лишь бы не лишиться чего-то. Иначе говоря, наше неудовольствие от потери чего-либо намного больше, чем удовольствие от приобретения того же самого. Страх потери очень заметно влияет на наше экономическое поведение, но и на другие сферы жизни тоже. Например, семья решает не ехать в отпуск в Бразилию, о котором давно мечтала и который, очевидно, принесет массу впечатлений и воспоминаний. Так вот, они решают не ехать, чтобы не тратить сэкономленные деньги, хотя ни на что такое особенное они не копят. Или человек годами не просит повышения зарплаты, хотя знает, что он уже давно должен был получить его, потому что опасается, что шеф будет очень недоволен, и он потеряет расположение шефа. Люди годами остаются в неудовлетворяющих их отношениях, потому что боятся остаться в одиночестве. Мы годами, опять же, не выбрасываем старые вещи, потому что, во-первых, а вдруг пригодятся, а во-вторых, можно же их продать на какой-нибудь онлайн-площадке и получить прибыль. Ну, разумеется, этого никогда не происходит, и вещи просто пылятся у нас в шкафу, но это то, как работает loss aversion, страх потери. Этот страх обусловлен эволюционно. В трудных, а порой даже экстремальных условиях нашего прошлого лишиться, например, той еды, которая у человека уже была, или потерять безопасный кров было гораздо опаснее, чем получить немного дополнительной еды или двинуться на поиски нового, возможно, более комфортного жилья. Но опять же, сегодня автоматический сдвиг работы нашего мозга в сторону избегания потерь часто вредит нам, мешая развиваться и заставляя упускать выгодные предложения. И использование иностранного языка – отличный способ принимать решения, не подчиняясь иррациональному давлению когнитивного искажения «страх потери». В экспериментах людям, знавшим корейский и английский, предлагалось соглашаться или отвергать игру, в которой они с равными шансами могли выиграть, скажем, $12 или потерять $10, или же выиграть $50 и потерять 30. Всего предлагалось 18 игр с разными суммами потенциальных выигрышей и проигрышей. Но во всех из них мат ожидания, то есть ожидаемое среднее значение итогового денежного баланса, так вот, во всех из них мат ожидания было положительным. Эксперименты показали, что, размышляя об играх на родном языке, люди принимают решения, во многом руководствуясь страхом потерь. При переходе же на второй язык влияние loss aversion заметно снижалось, и участники чаще соглашались на игры, что является рациональным, так как вероятность в итоге остаться в плюсе при таком выборе больше. На графике, который вы сейчас видите на экране, видно, что, используя неродной для них английский, участники во всех случаях, кроме совсем уж невыгодных игр, предпочитали рискнуть и попробовать получить весьма вероятный выигрыш, а не отказаться от риска и гарантированно ничего не потерять. Еще одно когнитивное искажение, влияние которого можно снизить при помощи иностранного языка, это так называемый эффект невозвратных или утопленных затрат – sunk cost effect. Он проявляется в том, что мы продолжаем цепляться за очевидно неудавшееся или невыгодное дело, если вложили в него много усилий или денег. Этот эффект также многократно показан в лабораториях. Например, в одном из экспериментов участникам предлагалось поставить себя на место президента авиакомпании, которая занимается разработкой нового самолета, невидимого для радаров. На разработку этого самолета было выделено $10 миллионов. Когда проект на 90% завершен и, соответственно, потрачено 90% денег, вдруг выясняется, что другая авиакомпания только что выпустила на рынок невидимый для радаров самолет, который, к тому же, быстрее вашего и потребляет меньше топлива. Вопрос: нужно ли вам вложить оставшиеся 10% средств для того, чтобы завершить создание вашего самолета? Когда вопрос задают в такой форме, большинство участников выбирают продолжать разработку, хотя очевидно, что коммерческий успех самолета под очень большим вопросом. Но если поменять формулировку вопроса, ответы резко меняются. Для этого необходимо спросить так. Вы президент авиакомпании, у вас есть бюджетные исследовательские проекты, и один из ваших сотрудников предлагает вложить оставшийся в этом бюджете $1 миллион на разработку нового самолета, который будет невидим для радаров. Но вдруг вы узнаете, что другая авиакомпания только что выпустила на рынок невидимый для радаров самолет, который к тому же быстрее вашего и потребляет меньше топлива. Вопрос: нужно ли вам вложить оставшийся у вас $1 миллион денег на исследование для того, чтобы создать невидимый для радаров самолет? При использовании такой формы вопроса большинство игроков выбирают не вкладывать деньги, то есть ответы меняются на противоположные. И это при том, что с точки зрения бизнеса и экономической целесообразности первый и второй варианты одинаковы, и при отсутствии дополнительных условий в обоих случаях выгоднее не вкладывать в разработку оставшийся миллион. Теперь посмотрим, как на это наше когнитивное искажение влияет иностранный язык. Эксперименты с китайскими добровольцами, владеющими английским, показали, что размышления над проблемой на неродном языке позволяют частично убрать эффект невозвратных затрат и склонить большую часть добровольцев в сторону экономически рационального решения не инвестировать деньги в дальнейшую разработку. Идем дальше. Иностранный язык может помочь вам освободиться от незримого гнета еще одного когнитивного искажения, а именно когнитивного искажения под названием Bias Blind Spot, то есть слеп.
Есть еще один тест, с которым на удивление хорошо справляются люди со фантазией. Вот перед вами две картинки. Попробуйте быстро определить, это одна и та же фигура, только повернутая, или это две разных. Большинство людей с визуальной фантазией пытаются виртуально вращать фигуру перед мысленным взглядом. Предполагалось, что люди со фантазией должны решать эту задачу гораздо хуже. Но вышло иначе. Да, они решали эту задачу немного медленнее, зато чаще давали верные ответы. Оказалось, что они просто используют другой подход. Просто считать по блокам, в какую сторону повороты вправо или влево. Похожий парадокс заметили в других задачах на визуальное мышление. Вот как вы считаете, что темнее? Зеленая трава или зеленые иголки на сосне? Нам кажется, что эта задача чисто на визуальное воображение. Но люди со фантазией тоже решают эту задачу не хуже обычных людей, просто каким-то своим способом. Суть в том, что люди со фантазией создают альтернативные когнитивные стратегии, которые работают не хуже, просто по-другому. Есть еще один тест, с которым на удивление хорошо справляются люди со фантазией. Вот перед вами две картинки. Попробуйте быстро определить, это одна и та же фигура, только повернутая, или это две разных.
Anymore. You know what? Let's actually do a tier list for Genshin Impact 5-star weapon tier maker. My GOAT, good stat stick, fine. Why does this exist? So, my GOAT, Aquila Favonia. Yes, sir. And you know, unironically, I think an effect of Aquila that is often not talked about, but that actually matters a lot more than you'd think, is the healing you get from it. I don't know how many times it saved my life, but I just know it's a lot. Because you can proc it upon getting hit, not upon taking damage, which means if you iframe with Bennett Burst, you can still proc the heal from it. In my opinion, it should be B. It's really only good on Bennett, and the weapon's value shouldn't only be based on how good it is on one character. I disagree with that, because, like, you're not pulling weapons without knowing what character you're gonna put it on, unless you're, like, really new to the game. You pull for weapons for the characters, not characters for the weapons. So all that matters is how good it is on the character you're gonna use it on. On top of that, Bennett is a character that is very good and has use in a lot of different teams. Statistics, we have, where is it? Skyward Harp. Skyward Harp was a good stat stick. Lost Prayers was a good stat stick. I'm not going to include the Skyward Atlas. I'm going to put it in fine because it can be a good stat stick, but there's too many characters on which it doesn't work that well because it's attack, and not every character scales with attack. But also, the characters that do scale with attack often want attack buffs, and so it scales worse with external attack buffs. So it's overall, I don't quite like it as much as Lost Prayers. There's definitely a lot of situations where it's like as good, if not even better. But yeah, if you haven't looked at it, by the way, I think a lot of you guys would be surprised by how much damage you actually get from the fucking cloud. Okay, let's just put all the standard weapons here so I can fucking think properly. Yeah, Jadewing Spear can go here. The thing about Jadewing Spear is, like, it is a good stat stick, but there's just so few polearm carries that don't use the catch, you know? So it gets hurt a lot by the existence of the catch, and it makes it so that it's basically just a Shao weapon. And unlike Bennett, Shao is not a character that's used in fucking half the teams in the game, you know? I use it on Hu Tao, so do I, but it's like, in some situations it's slightly better than a High Refined Dragon's Bane, and hell, if you don't have a High Refined Dragon's Bane, obviously it's nice, but it's still more in line with the 4-star options than the 5-star option. One option. Like, if there were more characters like Risley that used a polearm, right, that actually wanted to stay on field and that used a polearm, then that, like, it would help the weapon a lot. Right now, though, I definitely think there's an argument to put it down to fines because of its lack of users. Sino does. The thing about Sino is a lot of his teams are a lot of his teams have him doing a decent amount of transformative damage, which makes which weapon he's using matter a little bit less because he's doing less talent damage. Every account only has one catch, having Jade Cutter in a different unit is just really valuable. The thing is, like, it's not. Like, what polearm characters are you using at the same time that want Jadewing Spear / the catch? Like, okay, you're using Xiangling Raiden? It's better to go Fav on Raiden and catch on Xiangling than any combination that uses Jadewing Spear. So, like, what's the point? Okay, you're doing one team with Xiangling, one team with Raiden. Well, you only have one Bennett, so which team is getting Bennett? Is it the Xiangling team? Then okay, Jadewing Spear is pretty decent on Raiden. If you're doing like Raiden Taser, but Raiden Taser is not very. I don't disagree with you that there are good teams. I also aggravate Raiden. Yeah, I guess. But then it makes the higher attack on Jadewing Spear matter a bit less, right? I don't know. It's definitely better than Atlas. I don't know. Atlas is actually pretty decent. Lost Prayer is greater than Atlas in teams with a Bennett buff. Yes, but also a lot of the Catalyst characters have teams where they don't use Bennett. Right, if you actually look at the Catalyst characters individually, Risley has a bunch of non-Bennett teams. Wanderer with Farina now has non-Bennett teams. Like, I agree that it's that Jadewing Spear is overall better than Atlas. I don't think it's overall better than Atlas enough to put it in a whole different tier. Skyward Blade probably goes into fine as well. Aquila is good for one character, Jade is good for multiple. How does work? Jade is, like, not even really best in slot for one character who isn't that great. Aquila is the best in slot for one of the best characters in the game that's played in, like, a lot of teams. There are significantly more teams where Bennett Aquila would be good, then there are teams where Jadewing Spear anything would be good. Obviously, I'm talking about actual like teams that people play, not just like technical combinations of characters like fucking Shao Wanderer, Shao Child, you know? Aquila Bennett better than Fav Bennett? It depends. The main thing is, part of what makes Fav weapons so good is that they alleviate ER requirements on characters, and that lets you build the other stats that you care about. Right? But with Bennett, there are no other stats that you care about outside of Farina. You only care about ER, which means if you are able to reach your ER requirements without the ER weapon, the value you gain from Fav is significantly lower. All you're getting from the Fav is alleviating ER requirements on the rest of your team, which is still significant. It's still nice, but you're losing a lot from it. The reason why Fav is really good on characters like Singso, for example, is because Singso's ER requirements with Fav are significantly higher, or without Fav, sorry, are significantly higher, which means that if you are reaching his ER requirements, his damage with something like Jade Cutter versus his damage with something like Fav, the Jade Cutter will be slightly ahead, but not so much that there are no situations where Fav would be better. With Bennett, his damage doesn't go up, right? Like, you can build a little bit more damage with him, and I guess there are some teams where that matters a little bit, but most of them it doesn't. Because Bennett's overall damage output in a team tends to be incredibly low. 270 ER Bennett? I have that on Aquila. That's not true. That's not true. I'm at 220 right now. Because I'm on instructor. You can definitely make an argument for it being here. The thing is yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'm putting it up here. You convinced me. All of this to say, right? Instructor being good, and being as good as it is basically enough to single-handedly make Skyward Blade go from here to here. Just because...
If my calculations are correct,
Shut up.
Look...
It's a lot harder to reach your ER requirements on a 4-star set than on a 5-star set. Personally, I can, because I've been fucking keeping... Yeah, like, I've been keeping my instructor pieces, but I know a lot of people don't. I know most of you guys don't have an instructor set with a lot of ER. I think most of you have an instructor set because I fucking talk about it often enough. But I don't think most of you actually have enough ER on it. Alright, let's move on to the next one. Wolf's Gravestone goes in fine.
Only fine?
The main issue with Wolf's Gravestone is that unless I'm fucking cornered, like for some reason I'm doubting myself here, but it can't proc off field, right? Yeah, it can't proc off field, and it's not the same sort of buff as something like Farina's buff that goes through snapshots and that is dynamic. And so what that means is it's basically unusable on basically every off-field claymore, right? Because
well, there are on-field claymores.
Not only are they not gonna proc it, but even if they could proc it, it's not gonna increase their damage because fucking Beto snapshots, man. Like, it's Jover for you. Goes through snapshot. There are some stat buffs that can increase your damage post snapshot. So
This is due to receive a batch of...
For example,
let's make haste.
Scoured Pride. listen. The only thing that can make Scoured Pride good is the character being bad. All Scoured Pride has going for it is that it has a bunch of damage on the weapon itself that doesn't rely on your character actually doing things, right? It is unironically a pretty good option for both Ella and for Fréminet, and arguably Fréminet's best option, because he's even worse than Ella, right? It's not good for Navia, Beto, not great. Like, think of it this way, all right? Before looking at the stats of the weapon, you look at the passive. The passive is increase all damage by 8%. That's kind of not great. The second part of the passive is you get damage, but only if you stay on field, right? So it doesn't do anything for any of the off-fielders. So for any of the off-fielders, this isn't great. And then what you're looking at is a high base attack, ER substat 5.
So I think, you know, it's gonna be so beautiful. So this, imagine these gears, like, wow, I would like literally zoom in on the goosebumps. Hey everyone, I think these are the first parts of the Marble Machine 3. I actually think that this Steel Hub will go on a world tour and play live music on a stage for you one day. So yeah, things are getting real. The Steel Hub here is going to be right here in the center of this huge plywood gear eventually. And I think the design of these parts shows that I've learned a lot of lessons. I think these parts will perform so much better than my earlier machines did. I mean, the first Marble Machine and Marble Machine X beat me up really badly. I spent 2 years preparing my comeback, trying to become a stronger designer. I think I'm ready for taking on the Marble Machine 3. This is the first part made ever.
I've performed this joke hundreds of times in multiple states in front of thousands of people, and it looks absolutely nothing like it did when it started, which is good because it started out terrible. This video is titled How a Joke Becomes Funny. Sometimes. Warning, there will be bad stand-up in this video. Hi guys, America's least famous comedian, Paul Platt here. I've been doing comedy for about 4 years now, and in that time, I've done a lot of bits. Some are good.
Me too, but that's gonna be a surprise.
Some are bad.
And so he said, shall I open this door?
And some are just confusing.
Do we have any baby powder back there?
And in that time, I've learned that there are a lot of ways of finding jokes. And I'm going to use the word finding because there are a lot of different ways to get to the funny. Sometimes it comes out fully formed, sometimes you find it in riffing, sometimes you find it in writing. One time, I dreamed a joke that I tried on stage. This is the story of how a really, really bad joke I performed became one that is good and became a staple in my set. The year is 2022. I've been doing comedy for about a year, and I'm about to perform on a show called Funny on the Fly at the Charlotte Comedy Zone. Essentially, the premise is they give you 6 topics and 30 minutes to write 5 minutes of material on those topics. I was super nervous before the show because this was my first time performing at the Comedy Zone, which was the only comedy club in Charlotte. And it was actually my first time performing at a comedy club in general. And on top of that, I was somebody who really prided myself in my writing and the amount of prep work that I did for each show. I was absolutely terrified of all crowd work or any riffing, so the idea of having to perform on topics that I'd got almost no time to write on was terrifying to me. The only practice I'd had on this format at all was the audition that I'd done to be on the show, which involved me getting the topics, having half an hour, and then filming it in my room.
And hiring local hunter Elmer Fudd, you know, it doesn't...
To be honest, I think the only reason that I'd actually made it in was because I'd made the creative choice to use a whisk as my microphone. So how did I open my first joke performing at a club for the first time with the premise, look on the bright side?
Look on the bright side. You guys watch this Dahmer documentary?
Now, honestly, it was a swing for the fences, but pretty decent opening. You've got to remember, the Dahmer documentary had just come out. It was the talk of the town. Every open mic I was at, it was all anybody was talking about. But here's the problem. The rest of the joke is bad, like really bad, and bad in a very specific way that most of my jokes were when I first started. There were ambitious premises, but frankly, most of what I was saying was just kind of confusing. All right, I'm gonna play this, let's just roll the tape back, and then I'll make my excuses, okay?
I think it's obviously gotta suck to get murdered, but I think it's gotta be better in the 21st century, because you're at least like, I'm definitely gonna be a celebrity in heaven, you know? No? You guys aren't on board with that? Like, I think if you die in the 1970s, you're like, I'm gonna get killed and no one's gonna remember me. But now you're like, 2 women are gonna talk about me on a podcast forever. Guys, there are new women dying every single day who are going to heaven right now. I'm like, Steve Hicks, I've seen you on TV. Every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. But every time 2 white women start a podcast, an angel gets laid. Remember that.
Look, it's tough. Bad stand-up is bad. I'm not happy about it either. I'm actually less happy about having to watch that than you are, because that was mean. That was really embarrassing. But let's break down specifically what went wrong. Now, the joke's premise is essentially true crime documentaries can posthumously turn people into celebrities, and in theory, in the afterlife, they could reap the rewards of that fame. It's a lot, but it's an okay premise. In the hands of somebody more deft, it could potentially work. And honestly, my final joke, the way the rest of this video goes, kind of veers away from this premise, but I kind of want to explore a little bit why it flopped. So the whole joke was basically built around that final line, which I'd actually written a couple of days before in my feeders list that I keep in my notes app on my phone. Every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. But every time 2 white girls start a podcast, an angle gets laid. And if you're thinking, Paul, that's genius, what other banger lines do you have written around those? Lines such as, broken home version of Full House. Too much social media is a red flag. Too little social media is also a red flag. Wedding moms being super into the wedding. Dads being super into the bachelor party. This is the Coke bag your great-grandpa used. I can't believe none of those made the set. So that's the punchline I'm trying to get there. That's the destination. And I'm trying to start from the angle, look at the bright side. And to be honest, the angle I take to get there is just too confusing. I'm asking the audience to do too much, to carry too many different ideas in their head at the same time, to imagine the afterlife, to think about Dahmer and all of his case, and to also think about the idea that some women are more attracted to people who are celebrities. And also, frankly, using Steve Hicks' name was maybe the biggest mistake of all.
Steve Hicks.
So how did I get out of this monumentally awkward segment? As I said in the crowd work video, there's so much tension that's built up by something not being funny that the audience is just looking for any way to release that energy. So for example, the comedian who'd gone before me, my very good friend, the very funny Ashley Greco, had made a joke that was a little bit wild. The audience had liked it, but I was like, I knew I could reference that to get out of it.
But every time 2 white women start a podcast, an angel gets laid. Remember that. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm gonna join the Nazis was okay, but my Dahmer joke's too far?
Alright, that's the origin. That's what we're building off of. Now, I was going around to different mics trying different variations of this joke, and unfortunately, I only have audio of it, so I'll throw some Subway Surfers on the screen to keep you guys engaged.
Hicks, have I seen you on TV?
I started to use victim families being mad as the new intro to the subject, which is definitely better.
I've been reading about how like the families of the victims have been upset because it's bringing up trauma and stuff like that.
I wish I'd done something like the victim's family is mad about the attention, but I bet in heaven the victim is like pumped about it. Something like that is probably a good angle for it, you know? And then I also started framing it so that I was the one getting murdered, which I think is much more palatable.
So someday in heaven I'll run into a girl like, oh, Vlad, I think I've seen you on TV.
So I tried that a couple more times out and around town at different mics and stuff like that. It doesn't really work. It never really does. And then one time I kind of riff off of an idea that I'd written out a little bit in my notes app about the true crime element and about how girls and guys liking it comes across as a little different.
I don't know, people make fun of girls all the time for being into true crime, and they're really into true crime. But like, it could be worse. It could be like dudes who are super into true crime. You ever meet a guy super into true crime? The entire time you're like, this doesn't seem like entertainment. It seems like you're taking notes. It's like, seems like you're watching game tape. I don't know, it's always weird like when you talk to them because they're always like, his mistake was not related to the camera. I'm like, why? His mistake was murder. Okay? There's something else at play here. Like when people are super into like World War II, and they're like, you know what, the Germans, the Nazi troops have gone after Romanian oil. I'm like, that's not even top 10 other things they could have done.
Now, here I get almost nothing on this new riff until like a little bit of a laugh at the end with the World War II segment. It's not quite funny yet, but it is getting closer. There's an actual laugh at the end, and at this point in my career, anytime I could get something like that, I was willing to endure a lot of fluff to get to that point. So I kept working on the joke.
Have you guys been watching this Dahmer documentary thing on Netflix? That's not even top 10 of the things that Nazi should have done.
I'm going to break down exactly why I think that this joke isn't funny quite yet, but first I want to play the version of the joke that it kind of ended up like, and we can contrast the lines between the two.
And people make fun of girls for being super into true crime, and I get it, but it could be worse. It could be dudes who are super into it. You know, every time a guy is super into a true crime case, it seems less like entertainment and more like he's taking notes. Like he's got a manifesto at home. Talk to a guy who's passionate about a case. Talk to him and be like, I would have worn gloves, erased the security cameras, and hidden the axe in the woods. I'm like, I would have let her live. I was rooting for her during that.
And there we are. It's now a good, reliable joke. It may not be the greatest thing ever, but it works pretty consistently. All right, now that I've qualified myself enough, I want to contrast the jokes, the one that bombed at the open mic and the one that performed well on stage, because on paper, they're very, very similar. So let's write it out. It's weird when you talk to them. His mistake was not erasing the cameras. No, Ryan, his mistake was murder. Talk to a guy about a case, and he'll be like, I would have worn gloves, erased the security cameras, and hidden the axe in the woods. And I'm like, I would have let her live. So here the premise and twist of the joke is actually basically the same between the two of them. Men sometimes talk about true crime seemingly from the eyes of the murderer. In the first version, I'm contrasting the mistakes, but in a very boring way with no tight release point. Compare that to the second one, which A, builds more tension by giving more details so there's more to release. B, that obfuscates that we're talking about mistakes more. It's the same idea, but I'm just not using that exact word mistake. I'm not giving the audience that clue, I'm just stating what the mistakes are. It's the exact same twist, but just when I say it, it reveals more information with more tension more quickly. And remember, a lot of comedy is about revealing connections and surprising the audience with information. And see, my delivery is just more confident because I'm much more comfortable with the cadence of the joke because I've done it a lot of times.
I would have let her live. 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 I would have let her live.
Also in the first one, who's Ryan? Why did I include that? Very millennial core, very okay, Becky, you know? I love you millennials, please don't go into the comments. And now to the second part of the joke.
It's like those guys in high school who are like super into World War II, and they're like, the Nazis' #1 mistake was going to war with the USSR. That's not even in my top 10. They did some other stuff, guys.
It's like the Nazis shouldn't have gone after Romanian oil. I'm like, that's not even top 10 of the things they shouldn't have done. The Nazis' #1 mistake was going to war with the USSR, and I'm like, that's not in my top 10. So these are once again basically the exact same joke with the same premise. I switched to the Romanian oil to declaring war on the USSR because it's just more palatable. I believe that anytime you're making a reference, your goal is to make it as niche as possible that everyone gets. I think the setup of #1 top 10 is pretty decent. That connection is good. But honestly, now that I've written all of this out and my reasoning for the last one, it almost makes me think that maybe I should try that first version again. Maybe using the number to number, I'm giving away some of the surprise. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I try the first version of this joke again? Leave a comment down below. Just kidding, I don't care. Anyway, the joke is basically somebody stating the #1 strategic error that Germany made in World War II, and me contrasting it with the many other moral errors that they made in World War II. And if you think, Paul, you should try doubling down on which specific moral errors that they made, I'll have you know that that does not work.
My top 10. It's on my top 6 million. They did some other things.
All right, I tried that tag. It divided the room. I had a couple beers in the back of this gym. I was like, it's a good time. Nope, okay.
Yikes. And I do need to find a new transition into the bit, because right now what I say is...
She loved true crime and would fall asleep every night watching true crime documentaries, which is crazy to me, falling asleep to your worst nightmares. That doesn't seem fun.
It's funny, but it's like New Yorker cartoon funny, where you're like, yeah. Not like laugh out loud funny in any way, shape, or form, but I like it because it can often lead to good crowd work.
Do you like relaxing watching your worst nightmares? That's...
No, I like to figure it out.
You like to... It's... Well, generally they know at the end, right? Spoiler alert, they never survive.
But I like it because a lot of times a couple will like point at the other one and be like, oh, that's this one. And then you can do some crowd work where you ask them who their favorite serial killer is and stuff like that. And I know what you're thinking. Paul, doesn't explaining a joke make it less funny? Yes, I think it's really cool that there's a magic to comedy. Some jokes just come out fully formed and some take years to figure out. There's no real consistent formula to comedy because so much of comedy is based around surprise and people recognize formats well. Even if you do find a consistent formula for a joke, I mean, how many times can it be funny?
You're sitting in my spot.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Leonard, she's in my spot. Yeah.
And I say all that, but I also really want to understand things. Why do some of the things I say on stage work, and why do some of them not? Because I know I'm representing myself like I'm an expert, and people will be like, Paul, if you know all these rules, then how come you still write bad jokes sometimes, idiot? Like when I say stuff like, oh, well, this is funny because it contrasts with this premise, and it reveals this much information instead of this much information at this point, blah, blah, blah. I wasn't thinking any of that when I wrote it. I didn't think any of that when I said it. But I think that with stand-up, like with pretty much everything else, even if you don't consciously know the rules or are consciously thinking about them, by doing it a lot, you learn to lean into the things that work. Like take the joke as I do it now written out, right? I don't necessarily think as I'm saying these things on stage or that while I'm writing them, I don't necessarily think premise, setup, punchline, tag, premise, setup, punchline, tag, you know? But I can break down each of the 4 segments of this joke into those same 4 elements, right? And if we go even further, I can look at the structure of this entire bit and break it down into those 4 again. Premise, setup, punchline, tag. None of which I did consciously, but like, you know how evolution tends to like turn things into crabs? It's not the only way to make a viable organism, but there must be some reason that they keep showing up everywhere. And why did I pick this joke specifically? Is this joke the funniest thing ever? No. What is the funniest thing ever? I'm not sure. It might be the reveal in season 2, episode 14 of the television sitcom Happy Endings, or it might be this beat drop. But this true crime Dahmer joke definitely isn't my funniest joke, so why did I decide to talk about this one? Well, for one, it's one of the few jokes from a funny on the fly that I still do now. I really like that I have video of the genesis of this joke. But most importantly, I picked this one because the final joke looks nothing like how it first started. In my set lists on my phone, every time I perform, this joke is still titled Dahmer, even though it doesn't include his name or have anything to do with him anymore. And every time I read that, to me, it's a reminder that sometimes the only way to figure out what something is to do it a lot. I picked this joke because I wanted to express that sometimes the only way to find a joke and the only way to get good at something in general is to do it poorly first. The final premise went from our collective obsession with true crime is making posthumous celebrities to men and women's obsession with true crime reads differently, purely by doing it over and over again. I think stand-up is one of my favorite things to do because I think it perfectly captures what the actual creative process looks like. You have to do like bad publicly frequently to end up making anything good. If I hadn't done that terrible nonsense confusing bit at Funny on the Fly all those years ago, I never would have found this joke. And this joke, by being consistent, lets me experiment with wilder premises before, because I know that there's a joke and a laugh that I can rely on afterwards to dig me out of any holes that I've made. I don't know if I came up with this joke now, whether it would show up in my set. I've definitely written funnier jokes since then that I've completely forgotten about. But this was one of the first jokes that I wrote that consistently hit that wasn't self-deprecating. When I first started doing stand-up, that's what a lot of the material I ended up doing looked like on stage because it worked, and it kind of became an unhealthy crutch for me as a performer and as a person. But this joke changed the way that I write jokes. It proves that I could work on them and make them better and create something that better reflected who I am and who I wanted to be. I know it's silly to say because it's not like we need more people doing true crime bits. We've got plenty of them. But this dumb true crime joke started me down the long journey and the long path of figuring out how to authentically express myself on stage. Everything that I've done that I've been proud of over the past previous years, I've just been able to do because I committed to being bad at it first. And anyway, as always, thanks for watching. Now let's go do more things poorly.
I'm gonna be honest, I have absolutely zero idea on how to intro into this one, so we're just gonna jump right in. But before we continue, it's time to pay my editors. This time, I've noticed a trend in the past couple of months. An upsetting trend that I feel like not enough people are complaining about. A trend I can apply to any one gacha game, however, its effects can be felt throughout the entire industry. That being the new annoying feature where a character will release premium 5-star DPS or what have you that is reliant on another character in order to function properly. The community has yet to come up with a term for these type of characters, and upon research I couldn't find one myself, so I'm just gonna dub this as luxury locking. I want you to take a minute and think to yourself, in any gacha game you currently play right now, is there a DPS character that exists that borderline requires another character in order to function properly? Go ahead, think about it for a second, run down to the comments and yell at me your answer. You know, go ahead and like, comment, and subscribe while you're down there. You good? You ready? Good, cause time's up. I'm just gonna spitball a few and you can tell me if I got it right. Fei Zhao and Robin. Kirk and a Scoffier, Zani and Phoebe,
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
Like that.
Wika and Setlali, or Acheron and Jiaoshi. Now, we'll play another game. How many of the characters that I just named came out within the past year? Yeah, that's right, all of them. This isn't really something that's new. In a majority of gacha games, there is a team-based mechanic, because it's a very easy way for the developers to sell you more characters with significantly less effort. After all, at the end of the day, gacha developers are out to make money, and if your team comp is entirely listed upon the back of one character, it's going to cut into your revenue a tad. So in order to make up for that, we have released 4 brand spanking new character slots for you to fill in with other premium characters. And with such large teams comes the capacity for partner play, where you're going to want one specific unit to go onto the team in order to maximize your DPS. However, whereas before it felt like a majority of characters were created and they just so happen to have decent synergy, now it feels like new characters are handcrafted in order to be the fill-in slot of a specific unit. For example, we can look all the way back to early 1.0 Genshin, where the most overpowered team on release was the national team comp, which consisted of either Chongyun or my girl Sucrose, and then the rest of the team would consist of Zhangling, Jingshou, and then Bennett. These characters are wholly unique from one another, however, they just so happen to have some sort of synergy that makes them work very well together. Bennett allowing the entire team to get heals and snapshot a buff, Zhangling wanting a battery from Bennett in order to spam her burst, Jingshou being able to funnel energy into the rest of the team while providing hydro off field, and then Sucrose would exist to buff elemental mastery and further increase damage with Viridus and Venerer, while also being a decent driver and grouper, or Chongyun would exist to freeze, shatter, and then vape the rest of the team's hits. These characters are wholly unique, but they just so happen to function very well when on a team together. I cannot say the same for more recent events. Whereas old characters were complete on launch, we're starting to see a trend where new characters are released wholly expecting you to play them with characters that they've either released in the past or have yet to release in the future. And unless you have these specific units on the team, you will not see the apex of their calculations. Now, a lot of people would like to say that in Genshin, the first major time we saw an incident like this was Mavuika with Setlali. However, I would very much disagree. The first major incident involving this was definitely Nuvolette and Farina, which is a very interesting statement because a lot of people said before Farina released that Nuvolette wouldn't want her on the team. Oh, how well that aged. Farina wants massive health fluctuations in order to fully stack her buff. At the time of release and to this current day, the only character that can achieve these results quickly and efficiently without the help of some other healer on the team is Nuvolette. They are very clearly made to function well together. If you do not have Farina on the team, you will see a pretty significant damage loss. However, it is nowhere near as bad as some of the later characters, for example, Kanich, who on release straight up did not have a functioning kit. You see, Kanich wants to be played with another Natlan character, and he wants to be played with other Pyro characters, and on release, that just didn't exist. The only viable options were fully dedicating Kanich to some sort of team with either a Dea or maybe a Zhangling to apply Pyro, a Bennett for a buff, and some sort of character with Deepwood. I like to use Zhongli. It wasn't until months and months later with the release of Mavuika where we saw this exact character archetype be fulfilled, and as a result, Kanich saw a massive damage spike. The same thing did happen with Mulani too. But going back to Mavuika, she is not alone in this case. Everybody knows the infamous banner occurrence where Mavuika, the best DPS in the game and one of the best supports in the game, rolled at the same time as her best in slot support that increases her base kit functionality by such a significant margin that some people would recommend you not even pull Mavuika unless you have Sitlali first. But then, of course, we have the absolute apex of this situation where Skirt has released and she loses roughly 40,000 DPS if you do not have a Escoffier on the team, and Farina too, but mostly Escoffier. That is such an insane level of difference that we have not seen in any other game, except no, we actually have. As you all know, I am down to dog wash on Honkai Star Rail any day of the week, and it seems that a majority of people are finally agreeing as a significant portion of the YouTubers have quit playing the game, so hey, maybe this time I won't get harassed for stating my opinion, but Star Rail is no better. Matter of fact, they've been doing the same thing for a much longer period of time with the release of the lovely Fei Zhao, who if you did not have Robin, she was basically not worth pulling. All of Fei Zhao's damage comes from what I like to refer to as death by 1,000 cuts gameplay, where she will swing her axe rapidly upon X amount of hits and then deal one big burst once you've reached the threshold. Robin is a character that action forwards the entire team, supplies attack bonuses, and of course, she gains energy when you follow up attack. And because Fei Zhao is a follow up attack spammer, they are an ideal match together. But maybe you would say that's an unfair argument because Robin is more of a generalist buffer. Okay, well then there's Acheron and Jiaoshi. While Jiaoshi is a generalist in the sense he is a good flex spot on mostly any team, there comes the problem that he was very obviously made to buff Acheron. You see, Acheron's issue is she is a character that wants to launch her burst in order to get high amounts of damage. In order to launch her burst, she needs to get specific effects off on enemies. Jiaoshi is a character that can apply these debuff effects in mass numbers. By applying a debuff on his skill, as well as his ultimate, as well as every single time an enemy takes action after he used his ultimate, it is wholly predictable for Acheron to get multiple bursts off in one rotation, whereas without Jiaoshi, you would be getting roughly half of that. A little more, a little less depending on the team comp. And because so much of Acheron's damage is locked behind her burst, you could imagine what a massive increase this is. I will give Star Rail credit where it is due, however. In recent years, they have been releasing more generalist buffers instead of specialist buffers with characters like Hyacine and Sunday and Tribby, who make up what I like to refer to as the wheelchair comp, because any crippled DPS can full clear the MOC if they have the wheelchair. But hold on, Kurobots, who somehow stumbled upon this video, I am not only here to dog stomp on Hoyo games. You're gonna get your turn too, because we now have this problem in Wuthering Waves. With the release of Zani and Phoebe, we are seeing a very concerning trend where a character wants her weapon, a teammate, and her teammate's weapon in order to reach the highest potential DPS threshold, which is normal. However, the difference between these characters and their SIGs is so universally vast that the developers for all of the tier list have to put two separate calculations, one without Phoebe and one with Phoebe. And just so you know, the difference between the two is roughly 46%. 20%. That's not personal damage, that is team comp damage. Which, in theory, I'd be fine with if the character didn't literally immediately get power crept in the very next patch. Way to go, guys. Now, some people out there would say that immediately get power crept in the very next patch. Way to go, guys. Now, some people out there would say this is an overblown problem. I have seen the take floated around by a couple of people saying that who cares? No shit, the 5-star sub DPS is better than the 4-star options. Obviously, if you get a 5-star support, they will outperform everything else. But to that I say, 1, that avoids the core issue, and 2, I'll just play ball. The problem here is not that these characters have a limited time 5-star and or premium option that buffs them significantly. That is not an issue. The problem is these characters are designed to be buffed by one specific archetype and have absolutely no other alternative, because the developers know that meta sells, and if they kneecap a character's potential, you as the consumer have 2 options. 1, deal with it, not ideal, we're gamblers is what it is, and 2, just get the fucking character. Players should not feel like they are forced to pull multiple $200+ characters just so that they can get the full usage out of one of them. All it does is incite FOMO in players, expecting them to spend even more money so that they don't feel like they wasted their potential. There's a term for this. It's called the sunk cost fallacy, and the developers are hoping you fall for it and pull their slot. But here's the real kicker. When these characters are created, they are gutting the longevity of the unit, because 9 times out of 10, when one of these specialized support characters are released, they are intended to be played with a specific DPS character. Once that DPS character falls out of the meta, the support in question also falls out of the meta unless another character is baked with that same kit in order to sell themselves. And this is actually pretty common, because for the game developer, it's very intuitive for them to create a new character that functions well with an old character, because that by proxy sells the new character and the old character. And because the profit incentive is the only real goal at the end of the day, you're not really going to see 4-star alternatives, because why would the devs do that? Then you wouldn't feel like you have to pull the character. And if you're gonna try and sit here and tell me that's not the case, I would like to once again point back to Star Rail. On Linksha's initial debut, a majority of the community decided they were not going to pull her, because the difference between Linksha and Gallagher wasn't really that big, and because Gallagher was a viable 4-star alternative that filled the same role, Linksha had some of the lowest banner sales in the game's history. The devs see this and extrapolate it to the rest of their game. Why make a 4-star alternative? Well, you don't, because it makes you lose money. And now we sit in this awesome situation we currently have, where all future characters are going to want their delegated 5-star premium support. How fun. But with that all being said, ladies and gentlemen, if you like the video, like. If you dislike it, dislike it. And if you really like me, go ahead and subscribe. See you all in the next video. Stay safe and peace.
Wait, let's craft something else, which is craft this thing. Let's leave this one maybe for now.
I really love Skirk. Like, before she even had a face, I already love the idea that she's partially responsible for the Tartaglia we know and love. She's the one who taught him everything he knows, and for almost 4 years, all of the information that we have of her is from Child's one voice line. But that all changed during the final act of the Fontaine Archon quest because she finally made an appearance and then disappeared for a year. But now she's back and she's playable. Patch 5.7 is finally here, and my lord, is it a packed patch. It's a patch that comes along with her story quest, a ton of new lore from the new Archon quest, which is part of the Dainsleif quest called A Space and Time for You, and also a new 4-star character released, which is Dahlia, someone that we've seen in the most recent Albedo interlude quest, and of course the rerun of these beautiful ladies in the second half of the patch. We also have new web events and new rewards, so tons of exciting stuff in the game right now. Lots to talk about and a gift code below to help you on your Skirk pulls, so make sure to check that out. So with that being said, don't forget to check out Skirk right now. She's amazing, and let's talk about her and what makes her one of the most intriguing characters in Genshin. I'm going to go over her story quest and what I think makes her fascinating as a character. I also think the way they set up her story is going to be pretty detrimental to how the twins' storyline is going to play out in the later parts of the game, like narratively, especially now with the release of the latest Dainsleif quest and how we're getting closer and closer towards the truth of what really happened in Kandria, and also the slow reveal of the 5 sinners. So we will talk about that in this video too, just a bit later on. Now, disclaimer, as usual, everything I say in this video is my opinion, and this is not a super objective professional video essay. It's mostly just me talking about my opinions and whatever I want. Basically, if you're not down with that, please get out of the video right now, because this video is probably not for you, so don't waste your time. Now, Skirk. With her release, we also got access to her story quest, and I personally really like her story quest. I think it's one of the best ones in the game. Recency bias, maybe, but I just like that it's about her. And I also like that it's pretty fast-paced. Like, I don't know what it is, but some Genshin story quests have a really slow start. Like, I'm not saying that makes the story quest automatically bad, but it does make it feel slow before it builds up into a banger by the end. But I feel like Skirk's story quest didn't do that. If anything, it was the opposite. Things start to go wrong for the Traveler as soon as we start the quest, and we bump into Skirk not long after. While being sick, the Traveler keeps dreaming and finding themselves in an abyssal realm with an entity that keeps stabbing them. The Traveler feels the pain in the dream, but once they wake up, they're actually fine. There's no wound or anything, but Paimon does note that the Traveler has seen better days. They're not looking very well. So they go to Boo Boo Pharmacy to investigate the cause of the illness. And while in Liyue, Paimon suggested that they go to Wanmin restaurant to get some food and to make the Traveler feel better. And here is where we bump into Skirk, which is an insane thing to happen if you really think about it. Child has been searching for this woman ever since he escaped the abyss as a child, and he has never seen her once. And well, we do find out why later on in the quest, but for now, Skirk purposely approaches the Traveler during their meal. She orders a glass of wine, and she encourages the Traveler to tell her about their nightmare because she senses that the entity appearing in their dream is stealing parts of their soul, and she also senses traces of abyssal power within them, which is probably why she showed up in the first place. I do think that this encounter is still pretty random though. Like, we've only seen her once very briefly at the end of the Fontaine Archon quest, so having her show up out of nowhere, even with the game trying to justify the reason as to why she would be there, still feels just a little bit off to me. Just a little bit though. This might be a nitpick, but I think for a character like Skirk, who's pretty significant in terms of lore, it would have been better if they'd built her up in events. She's one of those characters that didn't really have a role in the Archon quest other than a cameo, and considering how important she is to the bigger lore and also to another major character, having some build up for her would have made her arrival feel more impactful and less random. It doesn't have to be a full-on event where she's at the center. For example, in patch 2.6, we had the Irodori festival, and that event is about multiple characters, but by the end, it was used to lay the groundwork for Scaramouche, who will be a part of the Sumeru Archon quest just a few months later. And even before that, Scaramouche was mentioned several times in random events. Like in Labyrinth Warriors, Child mentions that he's in Inazuma to look for Scaramouche, who took off with the Electronoses at the end of the Inazuma Archon quest. Scaramouche's presence in the Archon quest was also basically just a cameo, so having multiple events building up to him is actually something that does a lot in terms of just building presence in the overall story. So that's what I feel like makes the encounter between the Traveler and Scaramouche in Sumeru feel a little bit less random. Like, by the time of his appearance in Sumeru, we already have a slight idea on who he is and what his history was. Like, we don't have the full picture, but it was already like there, like the dots already there, and we just connected it by the time we got to the interlude quest. I feel like Hoyo does try to do this with materials outside of the game, like we've gotten clips of Child talking about Skirk with Arlecchino, but I think having something similar in the game would have made it better. It's just my personal nitpick though. Anyway, the Traveler does end up accepting Skirk's offer for help, and they agreed to meet up in Guili Plains. It's also worth noting that after Skirk left, Chef Mao, who served the wine to Skirk, doesn't remember her. It's almost like his memory's been wiped as soon as she left. This leads to the Traveler joining Skirk after learning that whoever is messing with them has been stealing sources of power from different places. So it's probably not a targeted attack on the Traveler, but this entity is strong, something that's considered to be godlike according to Skirk. So the Traveler and Skirk strikes a deal. She'll help the Traveler in recovering the missing parts of their soul if they help her identify the culprit. For me personally, this is a good way to establish a believable relationship and dynamic between Skirk and the Traveler. It makes sense, right? The Traveler has absolutely no reason to trust Skirk because 1, they've only met her once, and 2, she's someone who's heavily tied to the Abyss, and 3, the only other thing that we know about her is that she's the person responsible for turning Child into this. So setting up the Traveler to really have no other choice but to help Skirk in order to help themselves is actually a really good way of establishing that dynamic. It doesn't really feel forced. Skirk, on the other hand, also seems like someone who's transactional. She's not really one to rely on others, nor does she seem to be someone who's sly and is completely willing to take advantage of people in a vulnerable state. So yeah, I like that setup. They went into the Abyss where Skirk mostly resides, and it's here that they actually have an interesting conversation about the power of the Abyss. See, the Traveler's experience with the Abyss has been absolutely horrible, and you can't blame them for being a little bit guarded. The Abyss is responsible for so many horrid events in Teyvat, including the war that's just occurred in Natlan. So it's pretty understandable that the Traveler has no interest in dabbling with power that comes from the Abyss. But Skirk, she doesn't see it that way. To Skirk, who is someone detached and hasn't really had any scathing experiences related to the Abyss specifically, sees the power that comes from the Abyss as just another source of power. It's the same way that the people in Teyvat considers elemental energy to be a source of power. So to Skirk, deriving power from the Abyss is fair game. And I think this clash of perspective is so important for the Traveler and for any character related to the Abyss that will show up in the future. In order to help the Traveler with their nightmares, she performs dream mirroring, and as an addition, she gives the Traveler a special training regimen to follow while they're in the Abyss. What she doesn't expect though is that the dream mirroring that she performs on the Traveler actually allows the Traveler to see her dreams. It starts out empty and dark until this small entity appears near the Traveler, and after they follow the entity, they end up witnessing various fragments of memories from Skirk's earlier life. Now this part of the quest is where the lore bombs really start to drop. We learn that Skirk is someone who comes from an entirely different planet, and she's shown to be a fairly normal child. She lives with her parents who love her. Her mom is worried about her because she's been skipping school to go exploring, but her dad can't help but to spoil his little girl a little bit. It's just a normal family dynamic that happens to take place on a completely different planet. Little Skirk also talks about her dreams and how she wants to explore the universe, especially ever since merchants from another planet arrived. It's also one of the reasons why she keeps skipping school, and it's to daydream that one day when she grows up, she would be able to explore the universe. But on one fateful day, when she got back home after skipping a day of school, her life changed completely. She came home to the merchants, slaughtering everyone in her village. Keep in mind, these merchants were treated with kindness, and the people welcomed them with open arms, only to be stabbed in the back like in the cruelest way possible. The merchants treated her people like they were savages. They actually called them savages. Skirk actually managed to find her parents alive, but they told her to save herself, and this conversation with her father especially is something that adds a lot of emotional layers to her, especially later on. I think there's been a lot of speculation on who these merchants are, but I have no idea in the context of Genshin alone. So I hope that the game will expand on who the merchants are in Genshin, but it probably won't happen until we're done with Kandria. But the arrival of Skirk just genuinely expanded Genshin's world, and it might even subtly nod to Hoyo's other games, which is always fun for the fans. Another thing that the Traveler discovers through Skirk is how Surtaluji absolutely lives up to his name. After Skirk lost her family, Surtaluji essentially took her in as one of his disciples. He said he doesn't really have any real reason for this other than he saw potential in Skirk. Surtalogy basically taught Skirk everything she knew, which includes the Black Serpent blade work of Khandria, and also how to wield the power of the Abyss. He's also the one who pushed Skirk to her limit and quite literally breaks her so that she would get stronger. Surtalogy's methods is what made Skirk so emotionless. So she's not just emotionless to be edgy. She's emotionless because she was taught by Surtalogy that suppression of emotions, which is mainly grief for her at that point, was the only way that she could survive and get stronger. We learn a lot about Surtalogy through Skirk's point of view. We learn that she's traveled across the universe with him for some time in search of an opponent that's stronger than him, but to no avail. He lets Skirk go off on her own when he feels like he's taught her everything he knows. This guy specifically told her to rebuild her life, only to say that he will one day return and take the life she's built for herself and destroy it to ashes. Absolutely lives up to his name. He's absolutely foul. He believes that fear is the catalyst for human evolution, so he's not actually saying that to be an ass to Skirk. He's just genuinely implementing what he thinks will make her stronger, even though it's foul. He also hopes that Skirk would one day surpass him and would be the worthy opponent that he's been desperately seeking for. Other than memories of Surtalogy, the Traveler also witnessed the moment Skirk arrived in Teyvat with Alice's help, which Skirk also later clarifies that she's different from the Descenders. She's from another world similar to the Descenders, but she's mostly just passing by. She's a trespasser. You also just get to see little mundane things about her, which I guess humanizes her. She cooks for the Traveler and Paimon. She also sings a melody that reminds her of her parents, her dad especially. It shows that even after all she went through and after all of Surtalogy's influence on her, she's still unable to fully detach, or at least detach to the point where she's lost all of her humanity. She suppresses, but the grief and longing are still there. It bleeds out in quieter moments in her life. And with everything that's revealed about Surtalogy, we also learn why Skirk is in Teyvat, and that's because her main goal is to defeat her master. And what better way to figure out the source of his strength than to go to his home planet to investigate. The Traveler also asks about Tartaglia, and Skirk admits that she's hiding from him, saying that she wants Tartaglia to carve his own path rather than just following her, and also that she would only meet him again if he can finally stand up to her in terms of strength. The Traveler doesn't completely buy this though. Like, they know Skirk isn't lying per se, but they can sense that there's something else beneath the surface, which is true. In the confrontation with the mysterious entity, Skirk figures out why it was targeting the Traveler, and it was because of their purifying ability. And she was also able to pinpoint that whoever this entity is, they're related to Surtalogy. In the confrontation, Skirk gets injured and the Traveler takes her back to Bubu Pharmacy to recover her strength. Now we've reached the most important part of Skirk's story quest, and I think it's also what her character is really about, at least at this point in the story. While Skirk was meditating to recover her strength, the Traveler was approached by the small entity that they met in the fragments of Skirk's memories, and it took us inside Skirk's inner world. And the entity in question obviously represents Skirk's emotions. As the Traveler goes through Skirk's inner world, they begin to understand Skirk's story and motivations better. They also get a confirmation that Skirk does suppress her emotions to an extreme degree due to Surtalogy's teachings and influence, and at this point it's also just another part of Skirk's survival mechanisms. It's how she copes, and it's very isolating and unhealthy. Emotional suppression and the damage that it can do to a person is one of the main themes of her story quest here. Skirk isn't emotionless to begin with. She's not edgy and she's not cold because she wants to be. She's just someone who's never had the opportunity to process any of her emotions since she was a child. She wasn't even allowed to think about her parents and the most devastating moment in her life, which is the destruction of her village and the death of her parents, because Surtalogy taught her that it was a waste of time and it made her weak. And afterwards, she carries this notion with her. She doesn't like to dwell on things and is mostly pragmatic and transactional. And most importantly, she steers away from human connection. Now we've seen similar themes in other characters. There's quite a few actually. Xiao is, I think, someone who's also in a way suppresses his emotions and steer clears of human connection. But it is a bit different because Xiao's main motivation is duty. And while he does suppress some of his emotions, he still grieves a lot. He is still allowed to remember his fallen comrades, and most of the time he's also just in agony because of his karmic debt. And another form of emotional suppression that we've seen is from Farina. This one is also different because unlike Xiao and Skirk, Farina isn't isolated. If anything, she's celebrated. But she's still one of the loneliest characters that we've met too. She does neglect her own needs and tries to suppress her own emotions in order to perform as the Hydro Archon. She's someone who's suppressing, and from the outside, she's also someone who seems like she has everything. And it's just a different way of portraying emotional suppression and isolation. Skirk's portrayal is closer to what we would expect when we talk about emotional suppression because it is linked to survival, and I think that's also what can give Skirk that small relatability to the players. In concept, she's not supposed to be relatable, but her coping mechanisms is something that we actually can see a lot even in real life. She doesn't know how to let people in. To her, her own emotional needs come second. She can't afford to grieve or to remember her homeland because it's a waste of time, and she can't afford to waste time because she needs time to find ways to defeat her master. She's stuck in a structure that's forced upon her by Surtalogy and is only now starting to break out of it thanks to the Traveler. The Traveler can sense that Skirk's decision to not see Child again isn't entirely because of pragmatic reasons, like she wants him to forge his own path. The Traveler knows that it's only part of the truth, not the whole truth though. They know one of the reasons Skirk might not want to reach out to probably one of the only people that she knows and cares about in Teyvat is because she feels like she can't afford to make a real connection. Because making a real connection is equal to her rebuilding her life. It's the first step in allowing Surtalogy to take everything away from her again. And it's not just Child. You can see it even in really trivial interactions like with Chef Mao at the beginning of her story quest. She erases herself from people's memories because she probably feels like she can't afford to exist in any real way. That's why she thinks of herself as a trespasser. She doesn't belong anywhere, especially in Teyvat, and this is self-imposed isolation in her case. It's done out of fear, which is exactly what Surtalogy taught her. Even with her resolve to defeat him, his influences and his teachings is still deeply ingrained into her and how she lives her life, which is understandable. She's never really had any reason to break free from those chains. I think to Skirk, the only real way to meet her end goal, which is a world that's more forgiving and full of peace, she needs to be stronger than Surtalogy. And living her life in fear does help her get stronger, at least in her mind, until it doesn't. And I feel like the Traveler's presence in the story quest helped her realize that acknowledging her suppressed emotion would make her weak, and that maybe fear isn't the catalyst of human evolution that Surtalogy makes it out to be. Maybe power can come from something more kind and human. And this realization of hers is presented in the scene where the ice around her begins to crack. This isn't an emotionless ice princess finally warming up to someone. I think it's just a lot deeper than that because it's someone breaking free from a prison that was forced upon them masked as survival. It's someone taking their first steps in discovering that there is a life outside of the structure that they thought was necessary for survival, and at this point a part of their identity. It's a much more realistic and deeper story than just an ice queen melting. Anyway, I do think that Skirk's journey with coming to terms with her grief is only just starting. Acknowledging her grief and actually giving it space is after all the first step that anyone should take when they are trying to move forward. What I also find really interesting about Skirk is that she has somehow managed to break the chain of passing down her long list of trauma onto Tartaglia. When they met, Tartaglia was like, what, 14? He was a child. He accidentally fell into one of the most dangerous parts of the world, and Skirk, being the only person that's there, spent time teaching him how to survive. She didn't have to. If she's really as detached, emotionless, and transactional as she seems to be, she wouldn't take this random child under her wing. There's absolutely nothing in it for her other than to just help him survive. We also learn through little anecdotes that Skirk cooks for him even though he finds the taste weird, and you can tell Child appreciates her even though she wasn't the warmest person to be around. You know that saying that goes, hurt people hurt people? Skirk is someone who's been hurt by the loss of everything she's ever known, and then by the only other person in her life, which is Surtalogy. But she doesn't pass this down to Child. When she took Child under her wing, she didn't treat him the same way Surtalogy treated her. She wasn't a ray of sunshine to him, but she definitely had more compassion towards him. You can tell by her saying that instead of worrying of how many hands she'll use in a fight, she's more worried about how many he will have by the end of it. Compare this to Surtalogy, who purposely trained her to the point that she broke her arms and probably other limbs. He took that as a sign of strength and endurance. To Surtalogy, limbs can after all like go back to the way it used to be, I guess, and it's good that she's becoming numb to the pain because of how often it was breaking. But Skirk, despite going through all that, doesn't apply any of that to Tartaglia. While she does train him, and I can imagine that she's harsh and strict with him, but she definitely wasn't cruel. She actually broke the chains of generational trauma, and she's a queen for that. Tartaglia, even years later, still has nothing but good things to say about her, and it's also why he's still looking for her. He admires her for her strength, sure, but he also said that he wanted her to go back with him to Snezhnaya so that she could taste homemade sausages or something that his family makes. He actually said that they agreed to do so, which implies either Skirk played along to Tartaglia's nonsense or he actually just wore her down into saying yes. She She also probably trained Child similar to how she trained the Traveler in her story quest, which is a segment that I'm a big fan of. I love that we had that training regimen with her because it does show the contrast in how she trains her disciples versus how she herself was trained by Surtalogy. It shows that despite her cold and distant demeanor, she's not someone who's out to harm others or enjoys inflicting pain. And this is important because I personally think that it will help to shift the Traveler's perspective on the Abyss a little bit more. Now, the Traveler is probably the only other person that's friendly with Skirk other than Child and Alice, at least that we know of right now. Their role in her story is important and is pretty fitting as a catalyst. They just helped her to reach the conclusion that we've talked about earlier, and how emotional suppression is probably not the best idea or coping mechanism. But the Traveler's perspective on the Abyss and abyssal power is also challenged here. For the past 5 years and the entirety of the game, there's been very little redeeming quality when it comes to the Abyss. The group that's linked to the Abyss is the Abyss Order, and also the tragedy that befell on Condria was caused by the Abyss. The Natlan War was also caused by the Abyss, and so yeah, it's all bad. Everything that the Abyss touches is basically destroyed, and it's always been this destructive force. And the people who dabbled with the Abyss have been destructive, like the 5 Sinners and then the Abyss Twin. Like, I'm not saying they're evil right now because we don't really know the full story yet, but they are using abyssal power to do shady things, and people are being harmed by that power regardless of the intention. So when the Traveler was offered by Skirk to learn stuff about the Abyss and maybe wielding abyssal power, they refused, which is understandable. But it's also why Skirk's presence and new form of friendship with the Traveler is so important. She's one of the only characters that we've seen so far that wields abyssal power yet isn't completely destructive, or at least like her self-serving motivations isn't causing destruction towards other people. In fact, she lives in a way that she might as well not even exist in Teyvat. So in a way, she is someone who challenges the Traveler's worldview when it comes to the Abyss, and this can be a big foundation for what's to come in future arcs. And I think it's also important that Skirk doesn't go out of character just because she trusts the Traveler a bit more now. This is absolutely crucial to make Skirk feel believable as a character. Her story is about someone who's steered clear of human connection out of fear. She's lived in isolation for most of her life, so having her a bit too buddy-buddy or warm with the Traveler just because they're the Traveler would be a disservice to her story. It's also what I think makes some gacha characters feel a bit performative, like a product for players to buy than they are a character in a story. And if they feel more like a product, then it's usually where the character starts to feel a bit shallow for me. But that's definitely not the case here because, like I said, Skirk was very curt and polite and didn't really act in ways that's out of character. The game even made sure to show that she acknowledges that their initial interaction is transactional to her. Her dynamic with the Traveler and them gaining her trust is believable in a way that I think the Wanderer's trust for the Traveler slowly develops after the Archon quest is also believable. So when they cross paths again in the future, there's some potential for even better and believable character dynamics between the two because the foundation is already set. The Traveler is someone who's helped her in cracking the initial ice of suppression, and that's always going to matter the same way how we often have that one friend who was the catalyst of our growth. Not necessarily the reason, but they did help kickstart that journey, and Skirk is currently on that journey. I think what I like most about her story quest is that it really gave us a reason to care about her and her story. Skirk's concept as a character was always going to sell. She's always been one of the most enigmatic characters just by concept alone, but up until her story quest, there's never really been a reason for me as a player to connect with her, but this story quest was definitely successful in doing that. Other than that, I think what makes this such a good story quest, other than it fully being about Skirk, it also laid out the groundwork for one of the most mysterious characters in the game, and that is Surtalogy. As mentioned, Surtalogy is one of the most important figures in Skirk's life, and her story quest managed to establish him pretty well. I think they revealed just enough for him to be mysterious and menacing, but also with a little bit of nuance. I think the 5 Sinners of Condria are slowly being set up to be villains with nuance. Like, they are probably not good people, but just seeing how Surtalogy's cruelty comes from his desire for strength as opposed to full-on destruction and intent for harm already adds nuance to him. Don't get me wrong, he's still doing evil things, but there's nuance and complexity in it, which makes the character layered and more interesting. interesting, to me at least. I really like these kinds of characters personally. Like, Skark's initial story quest is so focused on laying down foundations on who she is and the lore that she brings that will probably matter a lot later on. It's a similar approach to what they've done with Arlecchino and her story quest, and with the recent release of the 5.7 Archon quest, we were finally able to revisit the story of the Traveler and their siblings. As some of you might already know, the goal of the Abyss Twin is to revive the homeland of Khaenri'ah. So for this quest, we only know bits and pieces of what happened, like how they were crowned as Prince or Princess of Khaenri'ah and how they woke up much earlier than the Traveler, but we've never had a full understanding on why the Abyss Twin was so determined in saving Khaenri'ah. But I think thanks to the newest quest, we finally have a clearer picture on what really happened and what might motivate the Abyss Twin. We learned that the Abyss Twin was regarded as the savior by the people of Khaenri'ah and was basically, in my opinion, put on a pedestal a little bit. We find out from Dirdeth, who's on the run to be Genshin's most tragic NPC, that the Abyss Twin is supposed to be the savior of Khaenri'ah during the Cataclysm, which is kinda messed up because we also know from lore pieces that King Ermin actually used the Traveler's twin as a vessel for unlimited abyssal power, which is also probably what triggered the Cataclysm in the first place. But as the Abyss sibling was about to go into battle to save Khaenri'ah from destruction, they hesitated when Dirdeth found them and told them about the Traveler, and this encounter ended with the Abyss sibling choosing to find the Traveler instead of fighting for Khaenri'ah to the very end. The twin states that they want to rebuild Khaenri'ah because they consider it to be their second home, and this is something we've always kinda known, but this new information about how they actually chose to step away during the Cataclysm's most pivotal moment is a big part of what's driving their actions. Like, the twin casually name drops Istaroth in the new quest, and considering how the set of events that happened at the beginning of the game, like literally the very first scene, is caused by a time loop that's revealed in this quest, it opens up a lot of doors on what really happened, and it muddies the water a little bit. We now know that King Ermin is the one who rocked the foundation of Teyvat by using the twin as a vessel for abyssal power, but according to Dainsleif, the 5 sinners of Khaenri'ah could have actually stopped him, but they didn't, because they too couldn't resist the temptation of the abyss. From Skirk's story quest, we can see how Sirtalogi's motives are self-serving, and he doesn't seem.
Okay, so yeah, I guess I'll get the fusion compiler. Those 2 weapons. This is much more appealing. Maybe I'll even learn the tech.
Eradicate all evil. Let's start the experiment.
Yeah. Well, I'll wait and see.
I only handle technical matters.
All right. Looks like that's going to be it for the stream. Good luck and thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.